Each shapes welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. Ayo! Ayo! I made it just in time at the end of that song. Perfect. I'm early at like 4 p.m. because I have I have an early day tomorrow. I have to I have to like get up pretty early to drive a fair distance to get to where I'm working tomorrow for my job. So I was like, I'm not risking having a late fucking night. Hell no. Um so I'm not doing that. I'm not dealing with it. At least that's the intention. Hello Greg and hello Veal. I heard a copy of Saint Tail. Yay! Good shit. It's very cute. Have you seen it? Because I'm in the middle of watching it and I'm very much enjoying it. Okay. Ah! Like so. Boom, 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 boom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure I'll like it. Yeah, for sure. White Whale of Moon. All right. What a first... I didn't even see what the first entry was until now. What a first entry to do this with. Wicked City. I'm sure the Anime Encyclopedia will do their best to keep you up until late. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. How many entries could they possibly have from WI to the end of W? But then also I have translation and then tropes and transformations. To read afterwards. I was thinking at first like, oh, maybe I should read the entries before, but I really want to make sure I get through these, you know? I don't know how long the actual entries will take, so it's important that I do those first, I thought. There. I got 15% off because of the Right Stuff closing sale. Most of my CR store fears have been alleviated, so I'm riding high. That's great. It's good to hear. Okay. Wick City. Doom 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 doom. Doo doo doo. Okay, here we are. It's not about the number of entries, it's the number of yeah. That was a signature move. It's true. And you can never guess, so just have to go with it. I'll read this one out loud. A state of stalemate exists between our world and the next dimension. And while Black Guard agents from both sides play a game of espionage, representatives from the two worlds prepare to sign a treaty. Renzaburo Taki is an undercover human, forced to partner up with the sexy, deadly Makie. Charged with guarding the uncooperative and lecherous old ambassador, Gisep Mayart, the pair become attracted to each other, though relationships between a human and a denizen of the Dark Realm are most inadvisable. In the climactic final battle between good and evil, they learn that... I won't read it. It's still kind of vague, but I feel like they really don't have to go that far about describing it. Made for theaters with a relatively large budget, Wicked City is vastly superior to the later straight-to-video Demon City Shinjuku, with which it is often confused, and indeed shares a writer, director, and studio. And I'm pretty sure character designer as well. And they have city in their name. Like, yeah. However, it still comes lumbered with risible, oh Taki, oh Makie dialogue, perfunctory sex scenes, and a misogynistic obsession with bad girls from the dark world. The final showdown in a church also throws in a contrived twist to wrap up the story, tearing vast holes in the preceding plot as it does so. Dark Side Blues creator Hideyuki Kikuchi's original novel cleverly exploited the fantasies of bored businessmen, taking the viewer from bar to office to airport to hotel. It walks through the scenery of a company rep's humdrum life, enlivening each familiar place with dangerous sex and vicarious violence. Wicked City was the first film to show the distinctive style of Ninja Scrolls Kawajiri. Good way to phrase it, because it was not his first film. Whose trademark blue-red lighting is leavened here with artful fog effects and moody shadows. The first set piece says it all, a fight to the death between the wheels of a taxing jumbo jet. I could have sworn, well, I guess it's the first action scene, technically. But I don't know if I would call that the first set piece. I think the first set piece is the sex scene towards the beginning of the movie. It's not like a fight, but it's certainly something that Wicked City's kind of known for. Like, here's the big event type of, here's a cool thing. Not a big deal, though. With super fast fists making a virtue of the low animation cell count. An imitation shaky cam effect straight out of a Sam Raimi film. And super fast cutting to hide the joins borrowed from Hong Kong action master Tsui Hark. Tsui would repay the compliment in 1993 when he produced a live-action version of Wicked City in Hong Kong, featuring Leon Lai as Taki and Michelle Rice as Makie. Amid the dark palette and piano wire tension, Kawajiri demonstrates a marvelously gothic sense of the unbreakable link between sex and death. The predatory nature of most sexual relationships, set out in Taki's opening encounter with a Spider-Woman whose vagina is lined with teeth, is contrasted with, in true hammer horror fashion, with the purity of his relationship with Makie, whose inner self is affected but not changed by the sexual horrors she endures. For Makie, transformation and transcendence comes when the deadly power of her fighting skill is lifted to another level by motherhood. Death and the Madonna become one. I feel like they talk too much about the ending and shit. Okay. Can I scroll up, please? Oh. Because I was holding the spacebar with the book. They were positive on it. Superior to Demon City. Yeah. It's hard to it's hard to be succinct about their positive vibe, but I feel like the way that they wrote it, it feels very ultimately positive. My Right Stuff email says my package is being sent. I'm mildly regretting not grabbing more, but I guess I'm gonna have to venture to end. Yeah. Hey Shaves, just watch your Oni My video and the message resonated with me so hard I was tearing up. Right? Isn't that fucking sick? I was so, you can understand why I was so nervous to upload that video, because like I'm going out on a limb there, right? Yeah, I'm happy you enjoyed that. What did they say about Wedding Peach? Yeah. Sailor Moon ripoff, not much else, really. Yeah, they didn't say too... I thought you were there for Wedding Peach. But, they don't really make much of a stink about... Apparently it's a little, like, sexier or whatever, I guess. Just scrolling. Yes, where Sailor Moon fought evil and with the power of love and makeup, Wedding Peach uses bridal finery. Unlike most magical girls, they transform in 3 stages. From school uniform, to wedding dress or bridesmaid outfit, to sexy, lightly armored battle suits. Why wedding dress, you ask? To build up the power of love, obviously. And then they mentioned that, Tomita wrote the manga for Wedding Peach, was also a writer of Sailor Moon, and then Tadano worked as a designer on the first 2 Sailor Moons. Yeah. There wasn't too much to it, though. Okay, let me just check the 3rd edition for any changes. I have the worst posture of all time! No change. Pretty long article, but no change. Wow, just like Symphogear. Okay, so nothing about it being a Sailor Moon clone then. No, they don't really... They say it's Sailor Moon, but they're like, oh, Sailor Moon did this, and Wedding Peach does bridal thing. And then they mention that there's some sharing of staff, but they don't outright call it a clone or a ripoff. Because I don't think they said anything about it being on the being one in the 1st edition. I don't know if they changed anything. No, it didn't seem... I don't think they did. Okay. Widow. 2004. Yeah, it's a hentai. Or at least I saw the word sex games, so I just am assuming that. They say an erotic anime such as this. Yay. Wife Eater. 2003. Okay. Wife in Mourning from 2010. This is based on a porn game by Lune, so they are all soon having sex. That's the third porn in a row, I believe. Wife is Mikhail, 2012. Interesting. Well. Makes you wonder, makes you think. Newlyweds Shinichi and Mika have their lives turned upside down by the arrival of Furu, an alien creature that can transform into articles of clothing. Shinichi works at a hospital, so before long, nurses are involved, while Mika gets enmeshed in a series of bickering arguments with her talking underwear. We just write this stuff down. They literally just put like, we just write this stuff down. We let it speak for itself. We just didn't do any discernment whatsoever. We just saw what the synopsis on the website or their database says, and we put it in our book. We just write this stuff down. Yeah? Do you now? Makes you wonder, makes you think. Sailor Moon has the occasional brief panty shot, but Wedding Peach has basically nothing. Even the OVAs, which some people claim to be for the male gaze, are very tame. I forgot to mention that I ordered Kodacha Part 2. Nice. Yeah, the Koike Lupans, yeah. Well, shake it, bake it, take the W? You know as well as I that it is not taking any W's. It's taking a couple W's, but not in the W section. Like, this is all the W, and they've gotten a W in the Walt Disney Animation Japan article, Web Ghost Pipopa, and Horror Musco, and Welcome to the NHK. I thought those were good articles. The show is mostly the main three being interested in the same guy and fighting over him and trying to push each other towards other guys. They end up finding their own partners later. Wow, that actually sounds really interesting and dynamic and kind of their own thing that has nothing to do with Sailor Moon and should have been put in the fucking synopsis. Why am I not surprised? We just write this stuff down. Yeah, like, they're just being so fucking transparent that all they're doing is not even looking into these titles. Like, are they making a joke that, like, me reading the book is be like, did you make that up? Like, what do you expect me to say after this? Like, we just write this stuff down. Like, it's not that funny, you know? It's more of just like, you know, I don't know. It's really weird. Asleep at the keyboard. But like, it's not even them typing it, really. Or them kind of constructing it themselves. It's one thing to be like, transcribing quotes or other people's writing into something else, but to kind of like put it in this format that you're all claiming it as your own, like your name is on the book, and like, to be fair, they have their acknowledgments. They have thanks to our overworked, underpaid research assistants, Fred Patton, Motoko Tamamuro, and Steve Kite. And for sundry help and advice, they list a ton of other names. Also publisher Peter Goodman, for knowing a good thing when he saw it. Some people like to call it a spiritual successor to Sailor Moon, and I kind of get behind that. Overall, they're pretty different, though. Yeah. Hey, it's just Japan being wacky again. I find the villains in Money Peach to be a lot more interesting than the early seasons of Sailing Moon. Yeah, not hard. That's pretty easy competition, I'm not gonna lie. What's my goal? Wife is my goal. We just write this stuff down. Okay. Wife Pigeon, 2011. Okay. Very little information, very short article. Wife Squeezing, 2008. Predictable results. I don't care. Whatever. I'm gonna hold on. Wife with wife. I just want to control F1 a word. I'm just control F. Predictable. 99 results. Not as many as I was expecting. Alright, wife with wife. Jeez. It's a lot longer. Positive. Horns. Art and animation are above the usual par for CGI anime porn. As if they have a frame of reference. As if, like, they probably do. Trust us, we've seen a lot of CGI anime porn. It's a rewatch, but I have really been enjoying it much more than my first time. That's great to hear. I did watch Toge or Punichina, and it was just people who say shows can't get better clearly have a big skill issue. Yeah, they have no faith. Wife Love Diary, 2010. I see pink pineapple, so... Because this is porn. This was originally an erotic game by Orcsoft, so unfortunately there is no chance that Sanai will get so furious that she kicks both of them where it hurts, divorce Keisuke, and marry a clergyman or anime encyclopedist. I guess it's a joke. Like, marry me instead of that jerk in the porn. Wife's mother, Sayuri. She worked as a call girl and the blood of prostitutes runs in her veins. Or something. Whatever. Wife swap diaries. Two 2009. Not very well animated sex ensues. More horns. Not very well animated sex scenes. Not very well animated sex ensues. I'm sorry, so I'm just gonna say sex. Funny, huh? Well, I waited longer on some series. We'll leave them plan. Okay, I did not expect self-insert fanfic from them, even if a short one. Yeah, the hentai Encyclopedia arc. Arc, the whole damn book. Well, this was a this book came out after their anime guide to anime pornography that they made first. Wild Arms from 1999. Once again bothering me. On the planet of Far Gaia, Loretta, a dark and deadly crest sorceress, who wields a powerful magic based on tarot cards, parentheses, flavor of the month since Escaflowne and card captors. Why can't she use them? What's the problem? Oh, ripped off this other thing because they use this symbolism or whatever. Like, fuck off. It's tarot cards. It's not fucking their own magic, like, whatever. It's tarot cards. People can use fucking tarot cards. The predecessor of Symphogear. Every Queen Bee entry would be the exact same article. Based off the games? They didn't stick around long enough to see the Queen Bee era of... I don't know. Ugh. A spaghetti western that mixes cute fantasy and frontier adventure based on the PlayStation RPG. This doesn't have the same protagonist as the game. Producer Sony decided to throw in a few little kids. Okay, let me see if it's in the book. It is. Wait. Ha ha! Ah! No! No way! Ah! This is why I compare. This is why I compare. That's so funny. No! That's so funny. They changed a macaroni western to a spaghetti western. What is it called? A macaroni western? Western? You mean spaghetti western? Oh yeah. That's so funny. They called something a macaroni western in mistake of a spaghetti western. That's so funny. And they put macaroni in quotation marks. A macaroni western. That's so funny. And then this one is a spaghetti western that mixes cute fantasy. Mac and cheese western. Mac and cheese. Tarot cards were massively popular in the 90s. Persona is another big example of tarot card usage. Show uses an ancient traditional symbolic totem that's been passed down through time. Oh, right. Fortune telling is, or at least was, super popular in Japan, which also used tarot cards for a lot of the time. Fucking Saint Tail had some tarot card usage, I believe. Not the whole time, not like a recurring motif like the other two, but I remember they played with some of them. They're cool and versatile. Why would you not use them? Do you think they'd say the same thing about constellation horoscopes? Maybe. They were a big fascination with the occult in the 90s. Yeah. Good to see you, Kyuta. I think the occult boom has been longer than that, and so it's still deeply in. Brits don't know their pasta. They just didn't really. They didn't. Or it was a real lame pun that didn't land at all. Yeah, maybe. But it's just funny that they, that they changed it. Like the revisions. My whole thing about the revisions is like it's nice that they did them, but in doing so and me doing the comparison, I found like a lot of their corrections. And this other stuff that they didn't correct. Like, can you believe that they changed this sentence? They called it a macaroni western, and they changed it to a spaghetti western. But they didn't change how they cite Akitaro Daichi as the director of Card Captors twice in the whole book, etc., etc. Desperado El Dente. What the fuck does either of those mean? Oh, spaghetti western. I don't know the precise term for it, but spaghetti western is a very well-known term. I forget why it's called spaghetti western, though. Spaghetti western meaning. Spaghetti westerns are a subgenre of westerns whose name references the circumstances and location of their filming. Ah, yeah. Generally, a spaghetti western is low-budget film produced by Italian directors and filmed in Europe, primarily in Almeria and the Tabernas Desert. That's right. I think I remember hearing about that. Yeah. But it's funny they call it a macaroni western. Ha ha ha. Let me see if I can search up macaroni western and maybe there's actual reason behind it. No, everything that shows up is spaghetti western. The free dictionary, macaroni western. All they list is spaghetti western. Yeah, that's just not the term. That's really funny. 3 is literally Taro themed. Yes, you're right, part 3. Clements really went through the whole book for edits and went, oh yeah, this has to be changed, otherwise the whole book falls apart. Or they got a submission, they actually got someone emailing them being like, it's called a spaghetti western, and it's like, oh. But somebody fucking corrected them on that and not Jukes. A lot of westerns were actually filmed in Italy. A lot of the best westerns are spaghetti westerns. Right. Yeah, that's funny. Okay, Wild Arms. Wild... What? Cards. Wild Cards from 1997. The 2 episodes released form one long battle sequence, giving the impression that they come from the middle of a much longer story that might as a whole possess some substance. Or it might not. They actually added the or it might not, and they actually gave like the reason why it's like that in the 3rd edition. Added or it might not. The whole thing was conceived as a reader input media mix strategy in 2 magazines, which eventually grew into the short-lived video and couple of audio dramas. Added further context for being made. That's good. Wild 7, 1994. The anime version does its utmost to outgross Mad Bull 34, with which it also shares the same standard of writing and English dubbing. So bad it's almost good. They added the 2002 sequel. TV version of the franchise. Sorry, 2002 TV version. Variant from 1972. I hope so. Embarrassing. I hope someone got fired for that. No, I don't think it's that big a deal. Don't hate on my boy Junks. Maybe they misspelled Morricone as macaroni. I mean, the fact that they changed it from one pasta to another is... Roger, I don't know if you saw. In this article here, they called something a macaroni western, in the first edition. In the third edition, they changed it to a spaghetti western, the proper term, and they were like, "Hey, macaroni western." uh. Hey, a wildcard, same director as Crest of the Stars. Ooh. Oh shit, I forgot Armor Fantasia still has its kickstart. My mom freaking leaked by my room freaking leaked by my window, and my rug is all covered in rainwater. I can't stay up there because it smells really bad. This is a disaster. Yeah, Roger's all, you're dealing with the flooding up down there right now, right? Like, it's all, your guy, yeah, you were literally in a state of emergency, my guy. Well, I remember the Wild Arms anime. I watched that on an anime network on demand as a kid. Wow. Yeah. That's rough, bro. But, like, I'm hoping you're staying safe, because it's rough out there. You literally have your whole city underwater. I was seeing people, like, on the bus, and, like, they're all, like, ankle deep in water on the bus. Like, the bus just stays at the same water level as the street. Insane. Wild Striker. I did not know it was flooding until now. Ah! Fair enough. It was trending on Twitter, so that's how I knew about it. Wild Striker from 2002. Okay. They didn't say much of anything about it. It was like, it was broadcast here, and here, but not in the United States. But no dig on it. Where's the flood? To my knowledge, in New York City, but like the entire state of New York has a state of emergency for due to flooding of 4 inches of rain. So, yeah. The Wild Swans from 1977. Yeah, it's the Six Swans story. It's just and it's directed by Nobutaka Nishizawa. Designs look pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like those designs. Pretty good looking. Not that one, I don't think. Ready to go, count 0. Kamen Rider Agito. Pretty cool looking. Doesn't she kind of look like Heidi a little bit? Who's character design on this bitch? No character designer? What do you mean, no character designer? Who do I thank? Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, I was too busy cleaning my room. Seems to be safe over by me. Instead of it gets raining anymore outside. Cool. My timeline's been real up and up on the Agito. Meanwhile, I'm trudging through Blade. Rip. Apparently, there's a character in King Oger that is being played by an actor from Kamen Rider Blade. I don't know who or what they played in Blade, but there's a connection there apparently. They do actually add a little thing about the wild swans. Added the Japanese title rather sneakily throws in the term World Masterpiece Fairy Tales, implying a non-existent relationship to World Masterpiece Theater series from rival studio Nippon. Added mention of title sneakily sounding like WMT. Right. Yeah, Nobutaka Nishizaki. He's the same director as Slam Dunk. Blades actually is real funny. It's really so bad it's good kind of memes. It's just been slow to watch recently. RIP. Willful Idol. 1990. This is directed by Junichi Sato, and they don't mention it. All right. Willow Town from 1993. All right. I don't know why they have to end it with the series ends with this. And granted, it looks like a TV adaptation of Wind in the Willows. Huh. It wasn't quite what I was expecting. The way this Tanoshi Willow Town. It looks a lot rounder and cuter than I was expecting. Because you think about Wind in the Willows adaptations, and they look a lot more. Obviously, there's some fantastical element to them, but they don't look like this, you know. That's interesting. Versus Wind in the Willows. I don't know, movie. Oh yeah, they've done live action where it's just they're just live action character. It's just people. Okay. Okay. I was thinking more this. Yeah. The Willows and Wind. That looks so good. Just the way this looks. Like, holy shit. Who is that narrated by? That they're advertising so prominently? Vanessa Redgrave. Oh, okay. I remember seeing the VHS of this. A new one starring David Attenborough. Ooh. That looks sick. By new, they probably don't mean actually new. What is that? What the hell? Ah, that's strange. This is like a TV adaptation too. There must be so many fucking versions. Holy shit. And then there's obviously Disney's attempt. That would be really interesting to compare all of them. I bet there's a YouTube video of that. I wonder if there's someone out there comparing all the versions of The Wind in the Willows. This just seems like a little much. Even though it's got Eric Idle, that's pretty cool. What do they rate it on Rotten Tomatoes? They don't rate it. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, that's enough. I remember not reading this book as a kid and doing a group project on it. I think I still have the video project unlisted. Alright. Wind. A Breath of Heart. From 2004. Oh. Bones are cracking. Oh, shit. Sore. I've barely done anything. That's probably why I'm so sore. In a romantic anime seemingly designed to marry the teen troubles of Love Hina to the muggle-headed adventures of Alice Academy and Cromarty High. In such a glorification of the merely average, we can see elements of Japanese media's perennial obsession with klutzy, ugly ducklings such as Sailor Moon. I'm still reading a bit more. Since both are based on a gaming franchise created by Minori, the authors assume that different incarnations of the game were licensed separately, compared to similar simultaneous creation problems that had led to confusion with night shift nurses. The original game featured a sequence of animation by Makoto Shinkai, creator of Voices of a Distant Star. There was something weird about the ugly duckling comment, but I'm not as motivated. The Wind in the Willows fandom is dying. Yeah. Shinkai was involved in the original VN of this. He directed the OP. Yep. Which of two Wind adaptations are they going to talk about? I bet it's compared to Love Hina because childhood friends or something like that, because Love Hina meant to childhood friends. Does the West not do ugly duckling romance stories? Yeah, I don't know. Wind named Amnesia. a lot of detail of the final act. They don't even fucking. There's more to. I've done the. I helped with the restoration of When Named Amnesia, or at least I assembled the original trailer that we found that had never been released. Like we had gotten a copy of it, and I re-edited. I basically made like a. I forget precisely what I made, but I made basically a trailer for it, recreating. I forget precisely what it was, but yeah. Oh, that was what it was. Yeah, I think so. Yes. So what I did, I think what I did was we got a trailer for When Named Amnesia that had never been released, and it was part of like it came with the original negative, and it had credits and everything, but it didn't have any sound. No sound whatsoever. So I had to recreate the sound. I basically had to like add music and dialogue in such a way to make it seem like it was originally intended, as it was originally intended. Like my best guess. So that was really interesting. So I had to like obviously kind of experience most of the movie, or at least sift through a lot of it. And yeah, they really do just spoil most of the ending. Go into a lot of detail about the ending. Hello, Oscar. Insult. Because they're using Fist of the North Star as an insult. So it's an insult to both Wind of Amnesia to make it seem like, oh, it's a bad thing, and it's an insult to Fist of the North Star. Fucking atrocious. Transforming into an aimless road movie. Amateurishly crashing George R. Stewart's Earth Abides into Harlan Ellison's A Boy and His Dog. Okay. So it suggests early on that the wind could be a... I wish I could, they're really digging into the plot of this one. And I wish I could push back in some way, but I have not officially seen it. I've not, like, watched it with subs or anything and, you know, sat through the whole thing. But, like, to me, it seemed like quite more of a thoughtful kind of mood piece and more of just a concept. And, you know, there's a loose kind of event sort of thing that go on, but, like, they're looking for like a really cohesive movie, and I think that's the wrong expectation. No thought is given as to why people wear clothes, considering that they have forgotten what they were for. If the people's mind, I would assume, if people's minds were wiped and they become just completely primordial and unintelligent, like just kind of rambling beasts or whatever, they can wear stuff. I don't know. It's, but they wouldn't just strip. Maybe they would. Some of them, maybe. I guess. I don't know. But it's also like so cinema sinsy to be like, "Ooh, why aren't they naked?" Right? Where it's like clearly that would be a majorly distracting facet of the movie, of when like everyone's naked and everything because of this thing, even because it's real, but it's just so distracting of them being naked. So it's more of a suspension of disbelief type of thing, I would assume. And an eternal city is supposedly built at the beginning of the 21st century, when we've already been told that the film is set in 1999. Whatever. It was done far more convincingly in gray digital target. Ugh, they're very negative. I shouldn't be surprised, frankly, but whatever. Devolves into mundane, cliche, little better than Fist of the North Star. Aimless road movie. Amateurishly crashing some novels. Whatever. Who cares? They're just like, it's amateurishly crafting these two other novels together. Done far more convincingly in gray digital target. Should have released the no sound trailer and gassed the people into thinking their speakers were broken. Whole dialogue? I would have assumed you could have done the silent films with just a BGM track. Well, yeah, it was because a lot of the trailer is kind of cut up clips, and they're using like people's mouths are moving basically. So yeah, it is sort of this it's cool. I should look it up again because it was really fun to make. I don't know if they've uploaded it. I don't know if they could. Is it the Blu-ray trailer? Yeah! Yeah. Someone uploaded it. Cool. Hold on. Are you not? Yeah, okay.
お見事ね。
君、言葉喋れるんだね。
人間が皆アムネジアにかかり、原始人並みの状態に戻った今。
Isn't that so beautiful?
もう純粋に人間だけしか残っていない。目を背けずに見たものを心に刻みつけるんだ。 そして探すんだ。人間は何を求めているかを。こんな目に遭わせた奴らにこれまでの人間の営みを語り、被害者としての立場を主張できるのは君だけなんだ。
Yeah, this is cut up. That's unfortunate. That's awesome. I didn't know Bob made a video on it. That's great. Yeah, that's cut up. What the fuck? I'm annoyed. No, Steve, no! Fair enough. Is it the Retro Boom? Oh, he just kind of made his own trailer, I think. Yeah, it looks like he did. Yeah, some of that's not in the trailer. Oh, yeah, it's fun. It was pretty as a sunset, yeah. It was some weird. There was weird cuts. I don't know what happened there. Do I have it on my like Dropbox? I hope I could have it saved. I'd have to get the disc. Guess I'll have to buy it. Yeah, I deadass probably have to buy it, I guess. Ugh, rip. Eh. Whatever. Okay. Let me read the first. Sorry, let me just skim the first edition about if they changed anything. Oh, I bet it was because there's a cut from the trailer that has nudity in it. I bet that's what it was. I bet that's what it was. They couldn't upload that. Ripperoonie. No change, of course. Wind of Ebenborg. Yeah, Ebenborg. Finally, ever since school came back, I've been falling asleep way too early and missed out on entry V and W. Yeah, SF. Jeez Louise, right? Yeah, it's good to see you, Dolly. Don't even get a complimentary copy for working on it. I think I'm pretty sure, like, if I asked, they might. Or like when I went to the conventions and stuff, they were willing to treat me to a couple discs. So that was nice. But I'm just not. I don't really like taking free stuff. I'm like, ooh, free stuff. You know, I usually don't. I don't know. I'm not like that. But I also, if it's the ones that like, I want to be able to support the official release. I wanted to pay money for Saint Tail, so to contribute to that. Like it does move. It is financially beneficial to do Magical Girl stuff, or the Tazaki stuff, etc. etc. I want to financially support the discs, even if I worked on them. Anyway, Wind of Eberberg, 2003. It's another porn. The prisoner of Zenda crashes into Japan's French maid fetish with predictably pretty and vacuous results. Wind of Edinburgh porn. Predictably pretty and vacuous. Fair more honorable than starting myself. Yeah. Wind rises. Oh, right. I was supposed to buy the Saint Tail BDs. Yeah. Oh, good stuff, Victor. Wind rises. Oh, boy. Japanese boy Jiro Horikoshi is plagued by magic realist dreams of flight and aeroplanes, in which the figure of the Italian aircraft designer Giovanni Caproni challenges him to create a thing of beauty. He becomes an engineering student and experiences a number of setbacks, including industrial intrigues and the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923, during which he first encounters Naoko, the woman who will become his wife. He dedicates himself to the development of his dream project, the Mitsubishi A5M, even as Naoko succumbs to tuberculosis. I did. Just gotta write what I couldn't afford on Blu-ray before everything falls off. There. With his much postponed retirement finally looming for real, haha, Hayao Miyazaki was seemingly given carte blanche by Studio Ghibli to do anything he liked, so long as it was one last feature film to rake in the cash. He chose this loose adaptation of Tatsuo Hori's short story, The Wind Has Risen, tying up a number of recurring themes in his own life and work. His love of flight and aerial perspective, a major feature in many of his films since Nausicaa, comes to the fore, along with a young aircraft designer in the idealistic mold of Tombo from Kiki's Delivery Service. That's so lame. That's really, really fucking lame, actually. Young aircraft designer in the idealistic mold of Tombo from Kiki's Delivery Service. Because he's a boy with round glasses? Is that why? Whereas Ghibli's Tales from Earthsea was haunted by the idea of Hayao Miyazaki the father reluctantly passing on his mantle, The Wind Rises is about Hayao Miyazaki the son fondly remembering the life and attitudes of his own father, Katsuji, whose Miyazaki airplane factory made rudders for Mitsubishi planes during World War II. Arguably, the director-writer's bulletproof guarantee of no studio interference might have also shielded him from the otherwise welcome contribution of an editor's red pencil. The repetitive nature of some of the character interactions could be said to inflate the running time some 20 minutes past its welcome. What a pedantic complaint. Shut the fuck up. Get shoved in a locker. It's in 20 minutes too long. Like, really? I can see what they're talking about, but like, I don't care. It's good 20 minutes. I don't care if it's a repeat. I don't really need to be perfectly tight or whatever. That doesn't make a difference to me. It's being immersed in this world and in these characters' lives. And watching a Miyazaki movie. Why wouldn't you want to be 20 minutes longer? The fuck? It introduced red pencil. Shut the fuck up. The interwar development, design, and discarded concepts of aircraft, such as those to be seen in the European setting of Porco Rosso, is hence also an intensely personal story for Miyazaki, who seems here to be puckishly defying a studio establishment that would really much prefer him to make something nice and safe, like a sequel to My Neighbor Totoro. Inevitably, in writing, he's never made a sequel, right? Never made a sequel. I'm trying to think. I'm literally trying to think right now. No, he's never made a sequel. And none of his works have gotten sequels. Nobody has tried to make another of any of his films, any of his work. Right? I'm pretty sure that's right. I'm pretty sure, besides like Lupin. Lupin's like the only one that's had like continuations, that's like part of a franchise. But in terms of his ideas, I did just gotta write what I couldn't. I haven't asked, and it wasn't made as apparent as Steve's video to contrast Anno's, but exactly how much Miyazaki has put in when adapting all those stories, I don't know. Miyazaki has gone on record that Tombo and the MC of Wind Rises have elements of Miyazaki in them, or am I wrong? Yeah, probably. We're living in the era of 3-hour-long movies that's hard to justify. These people are way before the issues. Flashbacks to 2017 era Trixie videos where she repeatedly used phrase, tighten up the script. I'm shocked they said that about a Miyazaki movie. The closest to Ghibli would be Whisper of the Heart and Cat Returns. Right. In terms of sequels, yeah. But they're pretty much original movies. You don't have to have seen Whisper of the Heart. They're completely isolated movies. And I wish Miyazaki movies were shorter. People who don't know fun. I know. No true sequels. Do we still treat it like a Miyazaki continuity and what themes and such carry through? Inevitably, in writing a fictionalized biography of the man who would go on to design the notorious Mitsubishi Zero fighter plane, Miyazaki was drawn into ongoing controversies about Japan's wartime role. Although his protagonist experiences hand-wringing doubt about the uses to which his work is put by the military, this was not good enough for many critics and audiences abroad, particularly in South Korea, where the film was derided ahead of its release for its moral repugnance. Lines assigned to Caproni ask Jiro if the world is better with or without pyramids, seem seen by many to dismiss and diminish the slave laborers who were required for both the pyramids and the Japanese military-industrial complex. Moreover, Jiro's concerns remain devotedly purely aesthetic. Annoyed by the corruption and misuse of things of beauty, rather than the real-world deaths that would ultimately result from his work. Miyazaki's last movie is hence a thorny argument, critically acclaimed and panned in equal measure, annoying both the left and right wings in its native Japan. But this is surely what he intended all along. If this was to be his last testament, it is also a beautiful and uncompromising statement of everything that Hayao Miyazaki is. Born as an innocent into the world, created by the father figures of 1930s Japan, imbued with a love of art and design, repurposed for unexpected use. Repurposed for unexpected uses, such as Heidi, praised as the poster boy of an industry that he is often railed against, even as it destroys much of what he personally holds dear, like Princess Mononoke. Even though he's not above the problems of the anime industry, such as overwork and inflammatory budgets. and ultimately expected to speak and act as an ambassador for cool Japan, despite his personal misgivings. In this regard, the Wind Rises might also be considered alongside the figure of Spirited Away's Kamaji, toiling away in the boiler room, as an allegory of its creator's own life in the anime industry. Something that's just kind of frustrating to me about this article so far, it's fine. It's a perfectly understandable position to take. But I just don't love the auteur centralism. Like, this movie, you can only talk about Miyazaki. You can't talk about Anno voicing the main character and what that means for him. You can't talk about Suzuki. You can't talk about the character designer. I can't even name, to be fair, I can't name most of the other people who worked on this movie. But, like, it's not just Miyazaki's thing. You know? I mean, just the whole, what it's based on and biography and shit like that. But just, talk about the fucking movie and not about this psychoanalytical Miyazaki thing. We might also view this final movie as a companion piece to both Howl's Moving Castle and Ponyo. They're gonna, I think they list every single... I feel like they list every single Miyazaki movie in this article. And they might think that's a cool idea, like a good thing, but I just find that really noxious, actually. The mention, here's all the titles that they bring up in the Wind Rises article. I'm just going to list them all. Nausicaa. Kikis. Tales from Earthsea. Porco Rosso. My Neighbor Totoro. Heidi. Princess Mononoke. Spirited Away. Howl's Moving Castle. And Ponyo. In its further reflections on Miyazaki's marriage to young animator Akemi Ota, who wed him while they both worked at Toei and retired to bring up their sons. Howl's Moving Castle was a fantasy reading of the perils and penalties of marriage to a charismatic, gifted, and obsessive creator. Gas. Ponyo is usually considered a reflection on Miyazaki's relationship with his son Goro, but is just as much to say has just as much to say about unreliable absentee husbands and the women who love them. It roots the fantasy of Howl's Moving Castle. The fantasy of Howl's Moving Castle's odd yet idealized nuclear family in the everyday world of long spousal absences spent wrangling What is that word? Recalcitrant? Having an obstinately uncooperative attitude towards authority or discipline. Uncooperative, obstinately disobedient, intraceable, intractable, unmanageable, ungovernable, refractory, insubordinate, defiant, rebellious, mutinous. Absence spent wrangling recalcitrant, dominant domestic systems, children, and the kind of work that fits around them. What does this have to do with Wind Rises? What does any of that have to do with Wind Rises? Reframes this love story as a melodrama in which the beautiful, consumptive heroine runs out into the snow to die alone rather than distract the loving but wholly work-focused genius from the truly important things in his life. That is not what happens. That isn't even what fucking... Wait, what? That doesn't even make... Why are they saying that? That's not what happens in the fucking movie. That's not how she's characterized at all. What are they making? Why are they making stuff up? In all these reversionings, the genius remains devoted to his. Like, I get it. Like, they're correct that this is kind of where, the story ends up going, where he ultimately chooses his career and his dream than his own wife that he loves dearly. But like it. I don't see that the beautiful consumptive heroine runs out into the snow to die alone rather than distract the loving but wholly work-focused genius from the truly important things in his life. She does not inconvenience or basically kill herself in service of his dream. She dies. Like, while he's not home. I'm sorry to spoil it. But, like, that's not the same thing. Why are they characterizing her that way? In all these reversionings, the genius remains devoted to his self-chosen task, and the loyal and supportive female remains equally devoted to facilitating his worldview. However often he reinvents the story, Miyazaki arrives at the same conclusion. Men must work, and women, even the feistiest of them, must fill their lonely hours by doing everything else. That's so... Men must work, and women, even the feistiest of them, must fill in their lonely hours by doing everything else. How does that explain the majority of his movies with female protagonists that do not cater to this idea? Not even Mononoke does this. Men must work, and women, even the feistiest of them, must fill their lonely hours by doing everything else? Does that characterize Mononoke? Does it even characterize Howls? Men must work, and women, even the feistiest of them, must fill in their lonely hours by doing everything else? Like, what are they talking about? His wife was sick in bed. She was immobile. What are they even talking about? That's how they end the fucking article! Oh. Come on. Why did that have to be ass? Now, to be fair, they did not mention every single movie of his. They only mention 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of his 11 movies at that time. By the time he movies. 8 out of his 11 movies. Not including this one, because it's the one that they're talking about, so 9. The only two Miyazaki movies they don't mention is Cagliostro and Laputa. No mention of Laputa, tragic. Last movie, lol. It's funny how the Future Boy people remains on VHS. Miyazaki's auteurism was the entire industry's pet myth, and even after the reveals, people will keep treating Miyazaki overshadowing Ghibli as a whole. Wait, shit, I forgot to ask my friend how much it was changed from how it looked in the movie. Yeah, no, they should have kept this shit in the Miyazaki article. Words are going in one ear, not the other. These sure are words. Yeah. Well, you see, they already wrote that article in the first edition. Even with my hate bones for Miyazaki, there's no need to further misrepresent him in the movie. Someone got a C in their literature comprehension class. I don't know what they're... Yeah, I just don't know what they're referring to. But those two things really annoy me. beautiful, consumptive heroine runs out into the snow to die alone rather than distract the loving but wholly work-focused genius from the truly important things in his life. Why are they making this up? And then fucking however often he reinvents the story, Miyazaki arrives at the same conclusion. Men must work and women, even the fightiest of them, must fill their lonely hours by doing everything else. How does that characterize literally any of his movies? Literally any of them. I really want them to fucking explain this. However often he reinvents the story, Miyazaki... In its further reflection on Miyazaki's marriage to Akemi Ota, who wed him while they both worked at Toei, Howl's was a fantasy reading of the perils and penalties of marriage to a charismatic, gifted, and obsessive creator. They're literally being like, oh yeah, in Howl's Moving Castle, Miyazaki is Howl's and Sophie is his wife. I don't like that reading very much. I'm being honest with you. Ponyo is usually considered a reflection on Miyazaki's relationship with his son. Not really. It has one aspect that his father isn't around while he has his job. But like, how much is that is really an affect on the movie itself? The movie focuses way more on other things than that one aspect. You can't boil the entire movie down towards a reflection of his relationship with Goro. But it has just as much to say about unreliable absentee husbands and the women who love them. It roots the fantasy of Howell's odd yet idealized nuclear family. In the everyday world of odd yet idealized nuclear family of Howl's Moving Castle? Huh? A happy fucking found family? At the end of the movie? After all of that they went through? They don't deserve the fucking happy ending or something? Like, odd yet roots the fantasy of Howell's odd yet idealized nuclear family in the everyday world of long spousal absences spent wrangling recalcitrant domestic systems, children, and the kind of work that fits around them. What are you talking about? Sophie was not really likable from my viewing. Yeah, they're real reaching. Did they even write this article themselves? I don't really care. I assume they did. And I don't really... It doesn't matter whether they did or not because it's in their book and their names are on it. I really don't know where they got that from. It does not code. It is not succinct. It is... Oh my god. What, like Howl's ex and the Crucked Prince? They sure didn't want to just let the movie speak on itself. I don't know. It's so strange to me. over it. Windaria from 1986. Feels written in bad faith. Yeah. Actually, I'm sorry, I didn't put in that they... Pretty sure they liked the movie, technically. Actually, it's more mixed because of the fucking 20 minutes comment. Ugh. This is so obnoxiously wordy, dude. Oh my god, how do you you can't quote it. Might have also shielded him from the otherwise welcome contributions of an editor's red pencil. The repetitive nature of some of the characters' interactions could be said to inflate the running time some 20 minutes past its welcome. Oh my god. 20 minutes too long. I'm just gonna say problematic. But they keep describing it how problematic and people's problems with it. Thorny argument. Also a beautiful and uncompromising statement of everything that Miyazaki is. Ugh. Certainly, but it's a kind of bad faith that comes with lionizing a big industry eccentric. Not gonna lie, though, people who are like, you know, I don't really like Miyazaki's films. They just come off to me as like, I'm not much of a Beatles fan. Like, throw your popcorn all you want, but they're the goats. Sorry. They don't have to be your favorite, but... Or James Cameron, actually, is another one. That seemed to summarize the entire movie. still haven't watched Already or Porco yet. At least James learned from Avatar 1 and tried to make the CG animators' lives easier, but the managers didn't. A conspiracy theory is that a Warriors of the Wind fanboy wrote down the 20 minutes long too long quote. Ha! They really like it. That was a very glowing, positive comment. Very warm comment. Checking the 3rd edition. Genuinely thoughtful fantasy has good mix of action and reflection. And, score that reflects the beauty of the visuals. I know, hating on Beatles, how trite. Almost as bad as hating on Udna or Code Geass. True! True. Which is why I don't make a point about being like, hey guys, did you know that I'm a hater of Revolutionary Girl Udna? Even though I'm not. I love the movie, I just didn't like the TV series as much. Clarification, not a brag. And I barely ever talk about Code Geass. Because I do think it is, you know, wasn't it. Wasn't it. But I don't make that my personality. I'm not like, hey, do you know, unlike other people, I don't think Miyazaki's all that good. You know, unlike other music fans, I think the Beatles suck. You know? They make it their personality. But I do not making hating Code Geass or Udna my personality. Not at all. Because that's cringe. But it doesn't negate the fact that I dislike them. I don't really care if people actually don't care for Miyazaki or don't care for the Beatles. My issue is when you like make that a point that as if you're like unique or special or something. I only don't like Geass for its epilogue movie. Still need to watch the OVA series. Guess it's better than basing your channel off that. Right. Exactly. That's cringe. I should rewatch some of the That's Cringe of the Kodiko. Those were great videos. Windy Tales from 2004. Let's get it. The anime is distinguished by a strangely angular art style reminiscent of Ryu the Stone Age Boy. The anime was adapted from a screenplay that won Best Anime Grand Prix in 2002. Oh, lame! They didn't even bring up that it's like a Mamoru Oshii collab thing. Oshii is not directly involved, but I'm pretty sure I feel like he produced it. But it's like all his buddies. On ANN, please. Okay, good. They said Windy Tales is shelf-worthy. Good. Okay, where... How is Oshi involved in this? Yes! Supervision by Mamoru Oshii. I was correct. I win. But it's got... Dude, the staff is so stacked in this show. It's Junji Nishimura, who is, you know, Mamoru Oshii's kind of like number 2 guy, to my knowledge. It's got Shichiro Kobayashi backgrounds. It's got music by Kenji Kawai. I'm not familiar with the character designer Masatsugu Arakawa, but like, look at those designs, holy shit. It does have animation by Ohira, at least. He's one animator, but you know. Tetsuya Nishio's on the OP. Takeshi Honda's on the OP. Yeah, Shinya Ohira is on the OP. Hiroyuki Imaishi is in episode 1. Like, bruh. Fucking go. Yeah, anyway. Just a little underwhelming. Ah, Nishimura Sensei Classic. I don't remember what they had to say about True Tears. I am really glad they don't cover Glass Slip in this book. That is a nice reprieve. Wingman. 1984. Only describe it really, and that it's, you know, from Shonen Jump. Okay. Wings of Oneamis. Amize. Gonna have the DVD on my shelf. I am scared to experience absolute peak. Nah, like, it's not like dangerously good. Windy Tales is really good, but it's not like, oh my god, you know what I mean? I think it's really comfy. It's largely episodic, and pretty. It's just really nice, just really comfy. Damn, I still haven't checked it out. If they ban it, if they bash Nanoha, and I might still not bother checking. They said about Nanoha that it was very transparently made for boys, and therefore bad. They have not seen it. Mercy to simply go in the short. As in, they think Hayate is a guy, and A's is a love triangle. What? Definitely did not watch the only prototype made Hayate relevant. Wings of Hanamise. Oneamise. 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 One of anime's greatest successes and greatest failures. Wings is a peculiarly Japanese take on the US-Soviet space race. An outsider's view of the gung-ho ideals of the right stuff. The movie. Not the company. Moved to an alien world to emphasize the viewer's own alienation. Made by the young, fiendishly talented Gainax Collective, it was so expensive and so badly received in Japan that it didn't break even until 1994. One of the shining examples of how cerebral and intelligent anime can be, it's far removed from the sex and violence that stuffs Western anime catalogs. Once again, putting the rest of the medium down, because just to promote, to prop it up. Interesting! I just glanced over, they changed something. I'm just, gotta check the premise. Okay. Yeah, they changed, one of anime's greatest successes and greatest failures to one of anime's greatest successes despite a poor box office performance relative to its inflated budget. That's actually an incredible contrast to Tale of Princess Kaguya, where all they could fucking talk about is how it bombed. Do you remember that? It's Court and Yellow Cheese. Hello, fellas. Talking about wings. Yeah, they fucking the first edition called it one of anime's greatest successes and greatest failures, and then they changed it to be a little more clear, a little clearer. Oh, this would be, I don't know if Corey, geez, you know, there was one thing that was funny from this reading. They changed for the show Wild Arms. They called it a macaroni western in the first edition, and they changed it to a spaghetti western. They mistook spaghetti western for macaroni western. Like, what is it called? Macaroni western? And they put like macaroni in quotations. Macaroni western. But maybe it was supposed to be a joke or something, but they clearly changed it. They like removed it and they made it a spaghetti western instead. Yeah, they were haters. We with wings. We without wings. Wings of Familiarize too when Ow and Blue, couldn't tell you. Ripperoonie, that project. Especially in like, you know, trying to make it today, it would be completely different. I'll never forget Wild Arms for that. Yeah. That's really interesting. Wings of Onia Misai. Compare their commentary on the box office performance to Tale of Princess Kaguya's. The verbatim quote was, "Boy love interest Hayate." That reminds me of how Bump of Chicken got their name because they wanted an English version of Counterattack of the Week, and then just rolled with what they got. Oh. They added it some more. Added it was during the bubble or whatever. Made by the young, fiendishly talented Gainax Collective, it was so expensive and so badly received in Japan that it didn't break even until 1994. And they added during the heyday of animes and Japan's bubble era, modest plans for an inexpensive video one-shot mushroomed into a lavish cinema feature with many interfering patrons, which would take years to earn back its immense budget. And clarification and changed. It was so expensive and so badly received in Japan that it didn't break even until 1994. To a more nuanced reason for its performance. Interfering patrons. As if one of many attempts to fix one of the shining examples of how cerebral and intelligent anime can be. So wait a minute, they still have more that they put. As an example of many attempts to fix it at the distribution stage when it was already complete, it was misleadingly advertised in Japan as a film in the style of Nausicaa, with a name change similarly designed to imply the resonances with the Miyazaki classic The Something of Something. Hello Glowworm. It's doing alright. They're changing a lot with the Honeyamazi thing. Added how they changed the name to make it sound phonetically more like Nausicaa. How the something of something. Honeamise is never mentioned in the film proper, but is supposedly reference to the country where the action takes place. The word wings was suggested by an earnest anime company sponsor who wanted something aerial in the title. Despite such metatextual fudges, this is one of the shining example. There's the bleed in. So yeah, this is in the first edition. So they do have positive about this one. Shining example of how cerebral and intelligent anime can be, far removed from the sex and violence that stuffs Western anime catalogs. Actually, I'm gonna put that in odd choices, because the thing is, I'm pretty sure there's like a grape scene or some kind of sexual assault in this movie. I could be wrong, but I remember there was some sort of horrible fucking thing that, like, along that line that happens in this movie. Never forget Quest is public domain. Star Quest is public domain. Actually, now that I read it again, it does not mention A's existing at all. Huh. Gainax, which later made Gunbuster and Evangelion, is made up of true science fiction fans. Space is their religion. They fervently believe that it's humankind's destiny to leave the cradle of Earth and spread out among the stars. The film's closing moments are their manifesto, a march of progress from the earliest times until the climactic moment, a final leap into space as war rages around the launch pad. Again, mythologizing fucking Gainax as a studio, not giving any names. Not giving credit to Yamaga, the director, Ano, the animator, Okada, the president at the time. Can't you just mention a single fucking real name? Which later made Gunbuster and Ava is made up of true science fiction fans. No names mentioned whatsoever. Really contributing to this community problem of mythologizing studios and what is it called? Anthropomorphizing. They're like anthropomorphizing studios. Like Gainax is a sentient being. When it's like it's made up of true science fiction fans. Are they gonna mention those people? Are they gonna quote them? Or what? Are we gonna learn more about them? Oh yeah, there was an attempted sexual assault in Honami. Yeah, okay. Attempted assault. Attempted assault of that nature? Gotta hand it to Gainax. You gotta hand it to Studio Gainax. Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with that crafts. The panty and stocking article is so bad. It's so bizarre. They don't mention they like credit panty and stocking like the people who made Honiami's and Gunbuster and Ava. Even though Imaishi only worked on Ava as a key animator. Or even maybe even just an in-betweener. Like, he's not the... Yeah, you know? You gotta hand it to Studio Gainax. Like, not mentioning anything else and not mentioning him by name is so weird. And this is where it starts. More than that, they narrativize and characterize full studios. Yeah. Yes, including that episode count at the top of the article. It just says season 1's 13 and season 2's 26. Do Route 20 by Sadamoto and Royal Space Force 2 have anything related besides both getting canceled? I actually am not familiar with Route 20 by Sadamoto. But Sadamoto's another good example of a staffman that's pivotal to Gainax's success that they are not going to mention or talk about. Marvelous film. Improved all the more by music from Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence's Ryuichi Sakamoto, and a fluent adaptation, though allegedly far removed from the original from LA Hero. Reputably so bad that the dub StarQuest, like the hack dub, was so bad that it was hidden from sight after its poorly received LA premiere. I think my boss showed me that dub. Similarly unfortunate treatment suffered by Nausicaa. Alright, not much change other than that. Quite the article. Quite the article. Winter Sonata. Sonata da 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 da. Alright. To be fair, from what I read about Royal Space Force production, its production was more democratic than typical anime, so they're not entirely wrong here. That's fine. That's perfectly fair. And I'm pretty sure Gunbuster is a similar situation where it really isn't credited to one person. It's not Anno's complete baby. It's not Yamaga's entire thing. I think it's Okada's original idea, Yamaga's script, and Anno's direction. You know, that's a real true collaborative effort. But you should say that. You should really make mention of that. Anno directs. Yamaga does the scripts. Anno's friend Kikuchi, I believe, was involved with Gunbuster as well. His own contributions. Okada's original idea. Like, give people their fucking credit. Don't just be like, Gainax! You know? But yeah, okay, 2009. Fascinating study in the migration of culture. They're positive about it. Evolutionary piece of work. Delicately beautiful. GG's. I'd only do that with Tawaki Shaft. Winter Sonata is based on a live-action series. Yeah, it's based on a Korean live-action series that was really big in Japan. So that an animation, Japanese anime, completely depicting Korean setting, characters, and voices. They actually employed the original Korean cast to play their roles, and it had Japanese subtitles underneath when it aired in Japan. It was a really interesting case. Oh no! They have Wish upon the Pleiades from 2011. They don't have because the TV series came out in 2015. Aww. So all they're going by is the 3 6-minute episodes. I'll read this out loud. Teenager Subaru is sitting outside with her telescope, watching the night sky, when she sees a strange meteor divide. She's soon drawn into a weird world where her school friend Aoi turns out not to be an exhibitionist cosplayer, but part of a magical group hunting bits of an alien engine so that a little creature from the Pleiades star system can use it to go home. They're opposed by Minato, a boy who likes the younger brother of Howl from Howl's Moving Castle? Who looks like the younger brother of Howl from Howl's Moving Castle. And whose allegiance to evil is signaled by a hot uniform and 2 little horns of red hair. The story of magical, mini-skirted high school witches fighting a cute bad boy in space to help an annoying but endearing little creature is cunningly peppered with visual references to Clamp, Ghibli, and other preteen and family favorites, with end credits packed with highly merchandisable art. Made by Gainax, this pretty piece of nonsense was created for online streaming in conjunction with car manufacturer Subaru. Car promotion that doesn't mention cars, seemingly aimed at people who are at least a decade away from buying one in a bizarre application of the arts of advertising and sponsorship. The characters in squashed down form, as seen in the end credits, have also appeared in a Manners movie in Japanese cinemas, reminding filmgoers to turn off their phone and avoid annoying other patrons. I thought you were going to avoid commercials, but okay. I think it's mixed, because they say it's pretty, but ridiculous. Shorts. Pretty piece of nonsense. He does not look like at all like Howl. What? I'm still laughing that the Constellation-themed Magical Girl anime is sponsored by the car company of the same constellation. StarQuest was a hacked up? As a making of Royal Space Force TV special, and they filmed the whole LA Red Carpet world premiere of it. Hell, even Fred Patton was interviewed. Wow. I don't know if that necessarily counters what they said about it being a really bad dub that shifts scenes around and renames characters. Richcraft works. You know, guys, witchcraft, it just works. You know, witchcraft works. It actually works. All this should tell you that you're watching a high school harem anime with a few small twists. The ending theme makes gleeful and tasteless, super deformed fun of the torture meted out to witches down the ages by both cultures. Otherwise, there's nothing new in this anime based on the manga. Nothing new. Otherwise, nothing new. Yeah, I would like to demonstrate what they consider to be a tasteless ED.
How powerful is Cox's internet?
Fuck you, ads. It's cute. Oh, it's Techno Boys. Of course it's good. Yeah. I like the Goofy Witch girls who were being burned at the stake at the ED. It's not really a harem. The 3D camera in the series is pretty impressive too. The tall mommy GF propaganda, it's fantastic. What a prude. ED's great because there's like 13 different versions per new episode. Really? They changed the ED every episode? That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like fun to me. Okay. Witch Hunter Robin 2002. I really do want to watch this show. I'm really looking forward to it. Wait, before I read it, wouldn't it be fucking funny if they reference magical girls? If they're like, it's a dark spin on the magical girl thing or what, like, I don't think they'll stoop that low. I'm literally not even looking at the article or whatever. It would be funny. It would be funny. Natsuka Yeah, I bet. I just got reminded of that traumatic experience when we'd group watch Mahojin Guru Guru and skip the EDs. We? As in, like, Oh, yeah. I was not part of that group watch. Saw some screen caps of this show where apparently a lot of the backgrounds are straight up CG. It looks awesome. Especially the Shoko Nakagawa one, heard every time. It's so weird to me that people constantly compare Urger Proxy to Gits and Technolize, when to me it's just Dystopia Witch Hunter Robin. Pretty articulate of you. Pretty astute observation. Let's see what they do compare it to. If they compare it to anything. In present-day Japan, use of magic called craft is an everyday occurrence. It's more about extrasensory perception and enhanced mental powers than the spells and potions variety of magic. Anyone using craft for evil is branded a witch, likely to be hunted down by an official body, the STN, Solomon Tokatsu Nindantai, or Solomon Secret Action Group. But it goes even further. STN mastermind Solomon, based in Europe, tracks down individuals with witch genes in their ancestry and takes action against anyone with emerging Latin abilities, visiting the sins of their forebears on later generations. 6 skilled witch hunters from the operational arm of STN Japan, out to protect the population from misuse of magic. The team's father figure, Takuma Saizen, combines the roles of M and Q from the James Bond mythos as the man who gets the hottest weapons for the team and the controller of their field activities. When one of the team is lost in action and a new member joins them, the team's equilibrium is upset. Gentle, reserved Robin Cena, a Japanese but raised in an Italian convent, is just 15 and has an uncanny ability to control fire, but her relationships with her new teammates prove more difficult to manage, and the political undercurrents of their work create more conflict. A moody, gray-black color palette and restrained design create an atmosphere of repressed emotion. Later episodes play up the literal witch hunts in a new form of Cold War, marrying the paranoia of Arthur Miller's The Crucible to the paranoid conspiracies and switches of allegiances of Alias, the 2001 show. Compared to Hellsing and Chrono Crusade. All right, they did not post cringe on the TL, which similarly allegorized modern conflicts with myth and magic. The original concept is credited to Sunrise's house pseudonym Hajime Yadate and director Murase. A live-action version was supposedly planned by the American Sci-Fi Channel but dropped in 2005. I think the show was pretty popular. I remember this, the 7th anime ever added to MAL. Really? Very popular upon release, with the late Zach from ANN calling it a classic. That's great. The YRC, the lead singer of Modest Mouse, thought it was boring or something. Back when it was on Adult Swim, I recall there being a quote passed around about that. Wow. It's like the inverse Whoopi Goldberg thing. To put it into perspective, Naruto's the 20th anime added to MAL. Wow. There's a Japanimation cartoon I've been trying to watch on Cartoon Network called Witch Hunter Robin, and that's almost as boring. What a dick. Well, at least they don't give their they don't really give their opinion about this one. Honestly, I really like it. I think that was really thoughtful, well detailed, good synopsis. Feels like appropriate length Yeah. Game feel. Yeah. Witchblade. Squid Games. Okay. Which is from 1992. Gisabaru Suki directed this. Oh, it's Nozomi Witches. It just says witches, but it's Nozomi Witches. I'm familiar with Nozomi Witches. Okay. Mostly just synopsis, though. With the Lords. With the Lords. From 2010. Oh, those wacky warlords. That's how they start the article. Okay. Wizard Barristers. Remind me what this looks like again? Ah, yes, it is the one I'm thinking of. The girl with the hair. You know, this one. Yeah, they don't give any comment about Witchblade. It's just synopsis. It's nothing much. Norio Wakamoto Frog Guy. Infamous episode 11. So far, so legally blonde, crashed winningly into Harry Potter. The Wizard has a trick up its sleeve in the front of its creator, in the form of its creator, director, art, and animation director, Yasuomi Umetsu. This shows in the superbly polished, beautifully paced first episode. Everything done so well, it seems effortless until you compare it with the legion of lesser series of this type. Long-term Japan watchers might also appreciate the cutesy and matter-of-fact way that the show crams in notions of immigration and extraterritoriality, linking it in an unexpected and misleadingly humorous way with some of the darker themes of shows like Sakura Wars, Gintama, and Dance of the Vampire Bund. It wouldn't be as much fun as if it was called Sharia Baristers. Umetsu has been doing what's now called moe for over 3 decades. He has serious chops for violence and fan service too. He made Kite, and both are present here, though to a lesser extent than some of his earlier works. He knows what his audience expects and delivers it in a polished, action-packed package. Nothing surprising here, just solid skill deployed in a popular format. Okay, I guess that's mixed. What do you... He is directing something at Shaft that hasn't been revealed yet, and I am not supposed to mention. Oh. It was an A&M podcast where a producer called Witchblade a breast seller. Nice. In what's now called moe. Okay, boomer. Nothing surprising here. Just solid skill deployed in a popular format. Wizard Girl Ambitious 2011. Okay, I have yet... Okay. Imagine being me. Imagine being me reading this book. All of it, chronologically up through W, and knowing their perspective on magical girl anime. And you get to this article, and it says that they're cute, vain, ambitious, and a wizard. Her outfit of choice, like those of all the other magical girls we meet, threatens wardrobe. What are they gonna fucking say? What are they gonna fucking say? Malfunctions on an epic scale with every jiggle. Her outfit of choice, like those of all the other magical girls we meet, threatens wardrobe malfunctions on an epic scale with every jiggle. This anime based on a porn game by Sugarpot. Throwing all magical girls under the bus there, like those of all the other magical girls we meet, every last fucking one of them threatens wardrobe malfunction. Is it because they're wearing a fucking skirt? Is that your problem? I don't think they're generalizing magical girls with that statement, just the girls in this show. At least that's how I read it. Are you familiar with Wizard Girl Ambitious? And are there more of them? Do you know if there's more magical? It's porn. I don't really want to look into it too much. Miniskirt's too much for the Brits. This poses no barrier to non-wizardly activity with fantasy guys. In this anime based on a porn game from Sugarpot. The art is pretty, but the excuse for a plot is as flimsy as the clothes. It never ceases to amaze us that cultures capable of making hold-up stockings hold up on skinny little legs under any orc or tentacle assault can't make a bra that stays in place that around the boobs the size of basketballs. In case this was unclear, it almost certainly isn't. That OVA is absolutely not for children. I don't think so. This is definitely a porn made by Poro. Like, the art is pretty, but the excuse for a plot is as flimsy as the clothes. It never ceases to amaze us that cultures capable of making hold-up stockings hold up on skinny little legs under any orc or tentacle assault can't make a bra that stays in place around the boobs the size of basketballs. Wizard of Oz. Poro can be pretty, but they suffer immensely from the same face for all their shows. Big article on Wizard of Oz, of course. Let's see if they change anything in the 3rd edition. Alright. That's it. No real opinion, of course. Wizardry from 1991. Yeah, there's other girls in Wizard Girl Ambitious. They're not talking about magical girls as a whole. I guess we'll give them the doubt benefits for this one. Yeah, sure, I'll give them that. Usually the more vanilla scenes are in episode 1, and then they get more niche later on. The main girl and has her battle uniform sliced by an enemy. Right, so they're just... Based on the computer game of the same name designed by Animago founder Robert Woodhead and Roe R. Adams III. Yeah. Yeah, original story by Andrew C. Greenberg and Robert Woodhead. That's really interesting. Looks like the main girl is the only one to have any sort of wardrobe malfunction, though. Oh, I should probably read this one out loud. 19-year-old college student Hana falls for a classmate, only to discover that her man is a lycanthrope. Unfazed by this revelation, she eventually becomes the mother to his 2 children. Struggling after his death, as the single parent not merely of typical boisterous kids, but of shape-shifting were-children, Hana moves to rural Toyama in order to give her unorthodox family more space. The third movie production from the team who made Girl Who Leapt Through Time. Yeah. Wolf Children is another film that draws indirectly on Mamoru Hosoda's personal life. It repeats the countryside vistas of his home prefecture from Summer Wars, but progresses from the earlier film's in-law encounters to young parenthood and life choices. Ame and Yuki are superb anime creations, able to literally sprout fur and fangs like many tropes and transformations, but also allegorical of the branching paths that face us as we all age. Their names are deliberately evocative. Both rain and snow are formed from water, but turn out radically different. Just as one wolf child is inspired to embrace human society while the other is increasingly drawn to the animal realm. Perhaps more than any previous film by Hosoda, Wolf Children affords us a glimpse of the sort of work he might have turned in had he stayed at Studio Ghibli. There's much of My Neighbor Totoro and the way the characters dwell within a numinous and natural world, at odds with modernity, and of Princess Mononoke in the atavistic allure of the wild. But Wolf Children is also a triumph in a way of everyday anime, not shying away from the mundane disasters and triumphs of child rearing, as well as the bittersweet inevitability of growing up and letting go. That was at least short. That was nice. That was fine, I guess. They're positive about it. Kids are superb anime creations. Triumph of everyday anime. Was there no article on Wings of Reen, or was it part of the Garzy's Wing article? I am control effing Wings of Rion. It is in the Dunbine article, which makes sense because it's a spin-off from Dunbine. Garzy's Wing, I believe, is also in this. Yeah, they mentioned the truly awful 3-parter Garzy's Wing. And then all they say, so the first edition obviously has a Dunbine article, including Garzy's Wing. And then the one addition to the Dunbine article was a further sequel, Wings of Rian, was premiered on the internet in 6 parts. That is all they say about Wings of Rian. One sentence. Hell no, its own article. Damn. Alright. You know, entries in their own franchises getting separate entries is reserved for Castle of Cagliostro, Robotech and Macros. They have 2 separate articles. There was a couple others. I don't remember though. Wolf Guy! Hey, it's Wolf Guy! 1992. Okay, it does give like what it's based on and just a synopsis, but that's it. Wolf's Rain! About as substantive as the video gig you just put out. He just put out a video about Wings of Rian? Nani? Trafalgar Raw. Nice, Alex. Where's my phone? In my pocket. I don't want to change to, my other account. What? Wait, what? I just got a notification on my phone for Spotify for a Trash Taste episode of Why We All Quit Anime YouTube featuring Eyepatch Wolf. What? Fucking Nani? Bro, you can't be serious. You can't lay that on me right now. YouTube, can you please stop? Can you actually work, please? I'm trying to look at my fucking subscriptions. It's just not opening now. Really cool. There it is. Hello. Ah, that sounds like fun too. This is the worst anime ever made. About Garzy's Wing? Also, the idea that Garzy's Wing is rated on Rotten Tomatoes. The fact that he put a Rotten Tomato meter of 1%. Is it even on Rotten Tomatoes? Yeah, there it is. On the fucking video, I guess. Very cool, very interesting. I wonder how much they're gonna blame, like, the audience for moving on or something. I don't know. I'm interested. Boy, I've been dreading this moment. I hate this article so much. Oh, I'm sorry. What the fuck? How? Probably clickbait because Giga is still making anime videos? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's been the running joke on their podcast. Sure, but they haven't been that explicit about it. Maybe they'll finally make it official. It's funny, I think Moomy and I were talking about what AniTubers they brought onto Trash Taste, and we were struggling to think of any. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I bet Wolf gets on Trash Taste on the Why We Quit AniTube podcast. They'd probably just talk about how their content is becoming less and less anime focused. Oh, sure. Oh, I get that. But I'd like to understand. I'd like to hear their perspective on it for sure. I think way older episodes, they might have had a Potaku version. Yeah, they talk about Potaku and their struggles with it, and I was happy to hear about that transparency for sure. This reminds me of that time Trash Taste was talking about the Rurouni Kenshin guy getting arrested, and then they were all like, if it was the Garzy's Wing creator, we wouldn't care. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my goodness. Yike. Big yike. Can't believe you would not mention Sid Snap and Aki Dearest. True. True. Do their girlfriends really count? Not dismissing all the... Hey, Sid Snap is not Garnt's girlfriend. That is his wife. I'll have you know. That is that man's wife. Connor has never been an anime YouTuber, and iPetchwolf has done videos on a variety of things for a while now. Like, a variety of things, but he's still been regularly putting out talking about anime. He's not exclusively anime. He hasn't been exclusively anime since, like, the first 2 years he was doing stuff. Like, his Simpsons video was 6 years ago. And it was always his most popular video for a long time. It wasn't until recently that his Garfield video surpassed it. But that doesn't discount them, like, not making anime YouTube videos. It doesn't, like, stop them from being, like... Because I don't really... You know, with Digest, I've never once said that it's just for AniTubers only. It's to talk about the best and not so best anime YouTube videos. So if you make a video about anime, I would be able to talk about it. And sometimes I talk about videos that are not about anime, that are from creators that normally talk about anime. That have often talked about anime. And that's fine. And this is with my rules, I guess. Not that I'm the one that dictates what's an anime YouTuber or not. But we'll be interested to hear what they think. I mean, I gave my piece about it on Weeboo Club recently. Yesterday. Not even recently. Last night. It's true that's an outdated statement for me. The only one who's quit is Joey. Dedicated to manga at best. Yeah. But I also understand from Joey's perspective, but it doesn't make any sense. I was about to say something, and then I'm like, wait, that doesn't even make sense, because Garnt is still making anime YouTube videos. Because I was just thinking that, like, maybe he's worried about Geeks Plus, like, trying to be making stuff with Japanese content with copyrighted content. Maybe he's a little more stringent about that or worried about it. I don't know, but yeah. Maybe the algo could be more transparent so we could find more people. Algo's a fucking robot. Not even the creators of YouTube like understand it. It's a black box. This is gonna be a spicy digest episode with the new gig and trash taste. Yeah. Yay. Alright, Wolf's Rain. Woo! Big article. Kind of big. What's going on, Bob? Stuff! I'm about to read the Wolf's Rain article, and I just I looked up and saw someone friggin' Jaleco he pointed out to me that Giga just uploaded a Garzy's Wing video, and then Trash Taste uploaded an episode of Why We Quit Anime YouTube featuring Super Eye Patch Wolf. So that's interesting and on my mind. At this point, it's milking a dying cow, like James Rolfe still doing AVGN when he does his other passions on the side. Oh yeah, and then Bob, in the first edition, they called Wild Arms a macaroni western, in quotations, a macaroni western, and in the third edition they corrected it to a spaghetti western. What is it, a macaroni western? Yeah. No, they're thinking of the spaghetti western. We just thought it was funny. Okay. I haven't seen anything from any of them, so I don't know. Oh, fair enough. In a post-apocalyptic future, humans think wolves have been hunted to extinction, but some survive and have learned to pass for human in a new twist on the werewolf legend, or indeed on Pompoko. Oh, alright. Lone Wolf Kiba is on a quest to find the legendary lunar flowers, whose scent can lead the wolves to a paradise where they can live freely and without fear. Tsume is a renegade wolf who betrayed his pack and now lives as a human form scavenger. Full of self-loathing, he first opposes Kiba but then joins him. Hige and Toboe are hardly more than cubs. I can see the argument for Toboe, if only because he's he's a sheltered wolf. Cub is maybe kind of like a cub, but Hige is not a cub. Is it the Hige I'm that like what? What? Yeah, bottles of macaroni western. Hige is not a cub? No, yeah, that's weird. Toboe's a runt. Yeah, I think that's a better word for it. I also want to point out that Giga's thumbnail has a Mal rating of 1.85 on it. That is the score of Skelter Heaven. Garzy's has a rating of 4.1. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. Hit the like button or else you'll be caught eating John Wayne's macaroni. In fact, the point is that he is kind of chubby. Yeah. I understand that it's meant to be provocative. Yeah, of course. But like, ugh. What are we doing here? Don't tell me you're scraping the barrel already, Giga. Come on. Come on. Don't be, what are you doing? I'll be interested. I'll also be interested with if Alan has any input on the video. It being a Tomino thing and from Dunbine or whatever. But once they learn about Kiba's quest, they join him. The pack meets Cheza, a girl engineered from plants, who can open the way to the paradise of the lunar flowers, but others are seeking the key for their own ends. Only after tragedy and suffering will the four young wolves attain paradise, which, in a typical anime twist, soon turns out to be more than originally expected, with the science fiction future of the original setting also alluding to a secret past that links humans, wolves, and another, even more sinister foe. This, however, can stretch the viewer's patience a little. Despite a relatively low running time, The series suffered from production delays and scheduling conflicts that led to its broadcast in several different slots, with hiatuses that led to 4 recap episodes. If the makers had spent less time recounting the story so far... Are you really going to complain about, like, the end of the fucking show when the OVA exists and they actually did get those 4 episodes that they were intending to make fully made? The makers had spent less time recounting the story so far, they might have had more than enough space to finish the entire run within the requisite 26 episodes. Like, that is literally not even how it happened. Like, any normie should be able to tell that for the fact that there's 4 episodes in a row, it's not like they were spinning their wheels or something. Like, that's clearly a production problem. Their editor has been a troll for hate clicks and as the modus operandi. I think I'm over it at this point. Their editor? Alan? The barrel's been thoroughly scraped for some time. I don't remember much of Garzi other than enjoying its visuals, but it's been years. And wolves aren't cubs, wolves would be pups. Oh, I see. Is it hated for a bad dub or what? Oh, Garzi's Wing? Yeah, it's mostly the dub. I just found it... I found it very boring. I really don't care for it. I think it's awful, but, like, whatever. Okay, it's like not worth making a whole video about, in my opinion. I mentioned it in my Gurren Lagann video as an example of, like, Tomino's dialogue. But I turn it in a way that's, like, interesting, that I like about it. Still waiting for the day a big AniTuber makes a video about Melmo. Leave it to the small fry. You mean the SARS outbreak? They didn't plan the reprep. They were suffering from SARS. Oh. Ripperoonie. I wouldn't say hated. I think Garcia's Wing Dub is one of the funniest things I've watched. The clips are nice. The clips are funny, but watching the whole thing, the dub doesn't really save it. Just don't have production video issues. Ah! Nice, Trema. I think most you'll get is an offhand mention in Magical Girl history vids, or I think one guy did that, but a bit deeper. Instead, the story wasn't finished on TV, but on video, numbered as if to comprise TV episodes 27 through 30. Yeah, like what a weird way to talk about that. Like I like that. I like talking about that. The 4-episode OVA is the final 4 episodes that would have originally been in the TV run, but was filled with 4-episode recaps. And I think it's. I'm happy that you mentioned that the reason is there was a SARS outbreak. Yoko Kanno's musical team and the Warsaw Philharmonic do a beautiful job of supporting the atmosphere and character development. Yeah? Yoko Kanno's musical team do a beautiful job of supporting the atmosphere and character development. They sooner credit Yoko Kanno's soundtrack for the character development than anything else. The art and design are moody, dark, and understated, making for a technically unadventurous... Technically unadventurous? What? Because it's moody, dark, and understated that it's technically unadventurous? What does that mean? It is attractive though. You mean Keiko Nobumoto? Right. Original creator Keiko Nobumoto, who similarly documented a loner's quest in the future world of Cowboy Bebop, delegated story and art duties on the manga adaptation to Toshitsugu Ida. On a historical note, wolves were worshipped by northern Japan's indigenous Ainu race, but were wiped out by 1905. The extinction of wolves regarded as a sign of the march of progress and the dismissal of the old gods in the style of Princess Mononoke. You know, that wasn't an awful article. It's not an especially great article. But it's like, Roger, can you imagine if your all-time was given the treatment of Clanad in this book? That, like, saying that your favorite show is, like, so perfect that it's dangerous and that it'll rot your brain. Like, can you imagine getting something like that? Bone Studio in general were in a pretty poor financial situation before FMA. I was looking at Mercury Falcon and he has an update vid, so that may be more dread-inducing. It's not dread-inducing. It's just him explaining why he hasn't uploaded in a long time. It's because he had a surgery that he's recovering from, and it makes his voice sound much different. That's evident in the update video. But he's been working on scripts and still active, so I'm not worried about him. It seems like some YouTubers fill their punching bags with safe choices that are generally disliked, but anyone with a decent amount of experience watching anime knows there's far worse. Yeah. And, like, it's easy to just go on to Mal and pick apart Helter Skelter. Fucking Anime Man already did that. You know, there's certain titles that are kind of easy punching bags, even. And, yeah, the stuff, like you're saying, the decent amount of experience, those of us, I think the worst stuff is so innocuous and uneventful and boring, and that's the worst to me, and that makes it, like, not worth making a video over. If it seems worthy enough to make a video where you're talking about the crazy stuff that happens in it and your perspective on it, then that's probably even better. That's still a better title than some of these absolutely mind-numbing, what do you even fucking say, I couldn't bring myself to pay attention, like, Dullahan. Dullahan. I forget what video I said that in. Dullahan. So cringe. I think it was JoJo? I think it was my JoJo video. Cringe. They were talking in a recent trash chase on how on YouTube it's cringe to hate on things. Really? How on YouTube it's cringe to hate on things? That's what they do all the time, though. They cringe on... They hate on bread! What? Perhaps too afraid to lose subs, or if they criticize something that isn't widely considered to be bad, they'd have to explain their reasoning, which wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. Person who wrote the series? Yeah, wasn't the writer super important? I really hate it because I don't like them blaming the delays on the creators. I find it really insensitive. Oh, yeah. No, it's certainly insensitive. It's not good. I'm definitely not saying it's good. But, meh. At least they mention it. At least they mention the OVA and everything. There's a hidden set of norms of acceptable targets that appease the algorithm and fan hate events, but it's pretty shallow and forced. Hey, today we discovered that they literally did not realize my all-time favorite exists, so at least I don't have to listen to their opinion. That is nice. Yeah, that's why they're cringe. Oh yeah, I see. So yeah, I'll give it a weird and odd choice. If the makers spent less time recounting the story so far, they might have had more than enough space to finish the run. There was a SARS. I think people treat anime the way they treat other people. That's shit. That's how they treat other people. They should treat anime the way they treat people, which is with respect. That's how they should treat people, and how they should treat anime. Okay, well they were also positive about Wolf's Rain, so that's nice. That's not cringe. Music did a phenomenal. Sorry, beautiful job. Supporting the atmosphere and care dev. Technically unadventurous, but attractive. Also, I hate the fact their recap criticism is on the Wikipedia page for the show. No, that sucks. I've been seeing this critique since before I even watched it. Wow. But and that's sad too, because like the recap they did do is really good. It's probably the best recap I've ever seen in an anime, because it was really smart that they made 4 episodes focusing on each of the 4 characters, and it wasn't simply everything that happens to them condensed into one episode. You also hear their thoughts, like like they are recounting what happened to them and reflecting on it and being like, I felt really scared at that time, and whatever, you know, things that like you might not have gleaned from the story itself. I think that was really smart. It's very entitled consumerism, like any know-nothing critic. You can change it then. Just replace it with something more neutral. Should get through. I agree. I agree with Bob. You should try it, Raj. Wolverine. Especially if you give, like, you know, sources about them being a SARS outbreak and everything. It'll definitely... It's over something that's, like, you know, doesn't have a source. Besides the Encyclopedia, they said this thing. Okay, Wolverine from 2011. I low-key do, at this point, want to count how many entries I have left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18! 18 left. I gotta get complete mess. Woman, spy, torture. Pretty good self-insert line from them here. One of the most frighteningly obscure anime we could think of. The producers will be tickled pink that we even know about it. Women at work. Funny enough, they did not know about it as of the first edition. Let me just double check. Let me just double check, but one spy. Onna Senshi Fa. No. No, it's not even in the first edition. It's a new edition, actually. It's from 1999. They brag about knowing it. Alright, women at work. 16. That's boring. Not enough muscle growth shows, though. Is it any good? I'm only familiar with its thumbnails and cover art. I have no idea. They don't say it's... they don't really make a judgment call. Women at Work, 2005. Wonder, beat, scramble. Each episode finishes with a live-action mini-medical lecture from Astro Boy's Osamu Tezuka, who is also the executive producer. Directed by Satoshi Tazaki. Meh. Wonder Farm. 14 left. Just real quick. Yeah, that's all I say. Wonderful Genie Family. 13 left. I only glanced through it. It felt kind of cheap. Would have to compare with the rest of the era, though, since it's pre-digital. yeah, it's Hakushan Daimyo. Yeah. They actually add a shit ton to this article. Wow. Resemblance to Comet-san. Returned for Akubi-chan. I'm successful enough to generate a 13-part series sequel in 2002. However, only the original 1969 has been broadcast. Surprised they were so negative on the Wolverine anime, but it was actually the X-Men anime which had an insanely stacked crew working on it. They were mostly critical of Wolverine, it seemed, because they turned Wolverine from a stout, hairy man to someone a lot younger, taller, and less hairy, I guess. They, like, anime-fied him or something. I was like, it takes away from everything, the fucking blah blah blah. Yeah, like, this like... Apparently this depiction of him, to them... almost hairless 20-something anime guy without losing almost everything of the character in the process. Yeah. Conceivable he could be younger in this story, but taller. And blue-collar chap now sounds like a surfer dude. So, yeah, pretty critical. Alright. 12 left. Woof, woof. 47 Ronin. 1963. A young Hayao Miyazaki was one of the animators. I see you've been streaming for a while. Didn't miss anything crazy. The best thing that they've said, the funniest thing we found, I keep bringing this up to every person that joins partway through. For Wild Arms, they described it in the first edition as a macaroni western, and then they changed it in the third edition to a spaghetti western. They confused a spaghetti western for a macaroni western. It's a macaroni. Yeah. That was probably the funniest thing. But their Honimie's one, they did like a lot of the Gynax erasure. They just kind of, just credit Gynax. Got ahead into Gynax. And then Wind Rises, their article is a little annoying because they beautiful consumptive heroine runs out into the snow to die alone rather than distract the loving but wholly work-focused genius from the truly important things in his life. That just doesn't happen in the movie. It literally just doesn't fucking happen. I don't know what they're talking about. However often he reinvents the story, Miyazaki arrives at the same conclusion. Men must work, and women, even the feistiest of them, must fill their lonely hours by doing everything else. How does this characterize literally any of his movies? It was so annoying. Just watched Gigik's new video, and he does show Skelter Heaven and its score a couple of times throughout the video. Good lord. Is there anything else in that vid? Or is it just a wow, such bad, much views kind of vid? Can't say. It was as bad as I expected, though. Yeah. I've never seen the Wild Arms anime, but I loved Wild Arms 5 as a kid. Yeah, I'm told a lot of Wild Arms D8 I found something simple here. It was mostly kind of aimless, nothing burger. Sounds about right. Just making a video. I know. Well, I have an idea. I have to read the third. Hold on. They did add something. They did add, woof, 47 Ronin. Added, title, deliberately intended to recall Japanese name of Lady and the Tramp, which was released in '56 as Woof Woof Story. One Monogatari. Yeah, that's all they add. I see even in the Miyazaki reviews they gotta inject their personal politics into it. I'm also hyped for the Wild Arms spiritual successor from the original creator. Okay. Wordsworth from 1999. Okay. Whoa! It's complete. Okay, so this Wordsworth thing, I read it in the first edition, and it's right here. It's just that. It's clearly one of their shorter entries, right? And this is what I see in the third edition. I'm just like, oh, okay, Wordsworth. Whoa! Completely revised, I think. Let me inspect. Let me see if, okay, so they add. Okay. They did add Wordsworth added much more synopsis. Although, as ever, this was more like a visual novel that practically played itself and only rarely sought the player's input in decisions. Makes you so there you go. There's exactly their perspective on VNs. Added their perspective on VNs. This was more like a visual novel that practically played itself and only rarely sought the... They actually put players in quotations. Players' input in decisions. That's what they think the ends are. Wordsworth is porn in case they don't say it. No, because I mean, I read the short thing, and it says, legendary swordsman, ladies in diaphanous veils, and lots of shagging. As per usual, there is a prophecy about a legendary swordsman, ladies in diaphanous veils, and lots of shagging. They love writing long articles for each. Legend of Overfiend mentioned. Animation, art, and music are the only real saving graces of that one. I think they are actually wrong on this one, since VNBDB says it's an RPG. I think it's a mix, because that's what the devs usually makes. I wonder, the whole book in general kind of feels like them being disappointed with modern anime trends of the time and gas up industry veterans instead. If they were going to gas up industry veterans, they would come up with more than Miyazaki and Osamu Tezuka. There's maybe a couple of others ones, like small ones here and there, but like not nearly on the same level. Hardly ever bring up everybody else. Added 5-minute bonus sequence. Added Gaiden. The original game also had a spin-off game. The anime series has the dubious honor of being banned in Canada, where the Border Services Agency deemed it obscene in 2007. Being banned in Canada in 2007. Yeah, they don't give their opinion, though. Okay, what's next? World Conquest Zvezda plot. Zvezda. Go by Emily Dory's definition where VNs are just ultra simplified adventure games. That's what I mean, though. Miyazaki and Tezuka made the ones they made the ones they liked, and they see Pokemon Tenchi VNs, etc. as the opposite to that creative purity. They really don't seem to care about anyone else besides Tezuka and Miyazaki. Even Takahata gets shortchanged. I wouldn't call Tezuka the beacon of creative purity, though. He was more than willing to be commercial, as authors are well aware. Yeah, certainly. Certainly. And they've been plenty critical about Miyazaki too, but this doesn't change the fact. Neither of those change the fact that they've brought them up nearly every single time they've been involved, whether it's them being a creative influence, a cameo, a small role, and obviously if it's a major work by them, they always bring them up, like without fail. You cannot say that about, I think, any other creator here. Maybe Ryosuke Takahashi. They seem to really like Ryosuke Takahashi. But even that one, they don't really... There's a couple ones that they miss, that they don't bring up. Ikuhara. They bring up Ikuhara plenty of times. Because reading a lot of these articles, I just say, okay, boomer, to myself. Yeah. And that attitude is why I stopped watching Bennett's videos. Like, not every anime needs to be Cowboy Bebop. I think Svezda is written by one of the new core Fate writers. I remember when everybody was hyping up this anime, then everyone forgot when it ended. Oshii? Yeah, they bring up Oshii if okay deal, too. Hosoda and Shinkai as well. But, like, I don't know. It's still frustrating. Competently executed, bring the story to life. But to the best of our knowledge, the dispute is not a war against forces under the command of a barely dressed baby Lolita, and the government of Tokyo is not trying to annex the whole of Japan. Not yet. I gotta say they're positive, though. Bizarre comic battles, wise cracks, full Scooby gang of sidekicks and heavies, all competently executed. These guys are all pretty old, though. Didn't they accuse Oshii of selling out at one point, though? I'm not sure. There's no non-obvious creative here. I agree, I am really skeptical of this school of media criticism in which you evaluate anime against what you want expected to do, as opposed to what it actually does. Like, as a modern example, if this book was written today, they could talk about the people who are up and coming like Kenji Uesawa. If you judge media like that, you'll never be satisfied with anything beyond a handful of titles. I think it's possible to hype... I think it's possible to talk and celebrate about a creator while not hyping them up. You know, I would be wary of like really praising Kenji Iwaisawa, even though yeah, he made Ongaku and it's fantastic, and he's already working on his second film, I think is coming out next year, and it looks really great. You know, it's exciting and it's fun. But I guess to me, I would want it to be framed as talking about Ongaku. And it would be, you know, largely about Iwaisawa because he did so much of the work himself. You know, he would be part of the conversation for sure, but I would always want to frame it within, he did this really cool thing. He made this really great movie you can watch. And not really kind of speculating or process like he's going to be the next big thing or something like that. Because I mean, look what happened with Saya Yamamoto. I think it's fair to be excited about her being a director with her work on Michiko Hatchin, Fujiko Mine, and Yuri on Ice. And I mean, even her like EDs, like the Technolize ED. I really like her stuff, like in some of her episodes, like she did a Space Dandy episode, right? But you'd want to center it on the work that they did do and not the ones that they hopefully will do in the future. I don't know if that's necessarily what you're saying, but yeah. Unfortunately, some major critical voices were like that in a lot of places. Yeah, a lot of high profile, and it's very influential, and not in a good way. Throughout this book, I have no clue who the cool new guys are. I just know I should be aware of the importance of the already well established. If I was to guess, if they were to like really point it out, it would be Hosoda and Shinkai. But you see, that's so limited. That's so limiting to those two creators in particular. They're just making their own movies, like their own original. Like they have people around them, and it's the Miyazaki model. It is just like let the man make what he wants to make, and it's movies where he has a lot more creative freedom and wiggle room, I guess, and it can be on whatever scale. But like the real workmen of the industry, the people that really are delivering these incredible stories and managing and directing not just original stuff, but like original anime, like Imaishi with Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill, right? Or Promare. But just the workman. Like I want to praise someone like Osamu Nobushima for directing Saint Tail and Hamtaro and Yowamushi Pedal. And what are the things that he does? Is there anything visually distinctive with his works? Probably not. I wouldn't doubt that there might be some things that maybe there's some connections here and there, you know, content-wise or some quirk or whatever. But I think there's some directors that it really is just a matter of being the main person in charge to approve of things and to gather a staff and to, you know, and being able to manage and work with people and what their vision is and what they're thinking. Not every director is an auteur. You know, they don't have like this huge, incredible vision like Ano or Tomino. Some of them are really good managers. You know, that they're able to kind of get these people to work together and coordinate in such a way that they get the stuff done on time. Like Tetsuya Nagamine, I don't think it's Nagamine right now. It's probably another director right now for One Piece. But the fact that Wano looks the way that it does is an effort not simply on the animator's part, which I'm happy a lot of them are getting that recognition, and a lot of the episode directors and storyboarders and everything are really being recognized and being promoted and everything. But it does take a very talented director overall to be managing those people and to kind of coordinate schedule. So there's producers as well involved in that, a lot of production assistants. It's a big operation, I don't know, I'm just kind of speaking on my ass. It's hard to be nuanced about these things, which is why they so quickly turn to essentialism. The director, the writer, even though the writer did 2 episodes. It was based on the original manga. Yeah. Throughout this, yeah. I really enjoy discussing creators I find low-key interesting, but would not actually simp for. Yeah. These are the guys you should look out for and be excited if you see their name on a title. Oh, yeah. 100%. There's certainly a place of objective neutrality, but it wouldn't be found in the type of dick writing attitude. I love both FMA and One Piece to pieces, but I'm not gonna crap on other shonens that aren't near their level. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, if you don't have something, if you can't praise an anime a title for its own merits and have to push everything else down, unlike other sports anime, this one's a good one, right? Then it's like not actually good praise and very useless. They can only see the anti-cinema scene. You never know what's going to happen to these creators in the future, but shining light on those who were doing cool things. Yeah, doing cool things in that moment for sure. Like, hey, they just put out this cool movie. Holy shit. It's not something I can see as a bad thing, even if they fall off way later on. Yeah, they should be celebrated for the present and the past. But there's not much you can say about the future, you know. Character designer behind Ocean Co is a good example of the community letting you know that you should be excited for anything she's a part of. Yeah, certainly. There's definitely different but working models of creative management and good showrunners without just strong-arming everyone. Then again, it's not like people write enough stories of producers doing the paperwork and drudgery, because it's like there's so many things that you don't know was the episode director, the script writer, the storyboarder, the series director, sound director. There's so many different choices in an individual show. The voice actor. What is the one thing that's like, all you can say is that's a great moment, that's a good episode for this and this reason. It's hard to put a name on him for a lot of the time. Okay, I gotta fucking shut up. Shut up! God only knows my moon is as free as a wind. Just watch them say this is like, unlike other hams, this is one of the good ones. High schooler Keima Katsuragi has absolutely nothing to do with girls. In fact, he has as little as possible to do with any non-virtual scenario. All of Keima's attention is occupied by the dream girls of the dating sim games he plays online, and there he never fails to score. In fact, he's known as the god of conquest because no virtual female has ever been able to resist him. But when Keima finds himself trapped in a life or death deal to help Elsie, a cute, impotent, and absurdly named demon, to dispel demonic possessors of local girls by making them fall in love with him. Based on a manga by Tamiki Wakaki, which ran in Shonen Sunday, God Only Knows cleverly has its cake and eats it, replaying the conquest of the weak of many a body anime, but with a new noble cause. Success in each exorcism for Keima also means that his patient loses all memory of him, thereby resetting his quest back to zero. It lampoons the ridiculous nature of dating sims while finding an excuse for their gameplay to work in the real world. The women Keima must seduce are gamified puzzles to be solved like the stereotypes and archetypes of many a sim-based anime. But they are that way because they have been possessed by dim-witted demons. A riff in Akira Kurosawa's mighty Rashomon shows one episode from 4 viewpoints, and there are sly visual nods to hit anime including Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, Dragon Ball, and Doraemon, all stories about damaged super beings. Dragon Ball is about a damaged super being? Whatever. As well as nods to Osamu Tezuka's classic outsider Blackjack and the Misfit Pact Gundam canon. Game fans will have fun spotting other homages. Alongside these knowing nudges to the geek community, there's plenty of light comedy and a second season revealing that Keima retains an emotional link to the girls he has freed. They do like it. They didn't do like other harems. It kind of go that way. I don't know. Talking about Miyazaki is cool, but like, let's get a second topic. Do something else. I should have gotten back to the anime after finishing the manga. So many seiyus got character songs here. I was just rewatching some episodes this week. Episodes 4 of season 1's probably one of my favorite episodes ever made. I haven't watched this, but I feel like they're looking too deep into this show. It's the one where he plays the buggy game. Has 2 amazing Tenmon songs. Huh. E-Girl, right? Swear she would have gotten first girl privileges. World Calling Those was pretty good. You know what worries about this article? They might think this show is negative towards VNs. Well, yeah, it sounds like they think it is, yeah. It lampoons the ridiculous nature of dating sims. They are that way because they have been possessed by dim-witted demons. Besides my girl 1. Anyway, so that's 2 out of 2 with the quints. Alright. 8 left. World. Masterpiece. Theater. They called it Sunrise's Hero Series in this article. They call it their Hero Series, which I guess is fine because Yusha's series, but it would be localized as Brave, the Brave series, or whatever. They do change it to Brave Saga. They did change that, so it is a mistake. Aha, I win. Changed Sunrise's Hero Series to Sunrise's Brave Saga. Hello, Weird Proc. They do mention Isao Takahata and Hayao Miyazaki, but at least they didn't go Hayao Miyazaki and Isao Takahata's Heidi. Just got my One Piece movie collections. Nice! Was that the Leaf semi-biography one? I think Emily or someone might have mentioned it. They added Toshio Okada memoir. Toshio Okada reported that his feelings that many animators regarded World Masterpiece Theater as the only work really worth doing, and that contracts on fan-friendly productions were something that many studios only took on as a distant second place. By the early 21st century, most if not all of World Masterpiece Theater anime had also been released in 90-minute movie edits on DVD. In 2007, about only work really worth doing. Added 2007, the series was briefly revived. Revival. Its legacy, once again obliquely related to the efforts of Hayao Miyazaki. Literally more to do with Takahata than Miyazaki. Takahata directed 3 of those. Miyazaki directed none of those. Can be seen in Studio Ghibli's 21st century move into adaptations of classic children's stories. The retiring Miyazaki left a list of 50 children's books worthy of adaptation, through which his successors appeared to be working with releases such as Arrietty. Legacy bit with Miyazaki and his 50 book recommendations. You did call it. Right, I always think Conan is part of the series. Yeah, no, it's not. Stop mentioning Miyazaki when he's not relevant, challenge, impossible. I get why they're bringing him up here, because they were like, oh, he's this list of books, and that's their motivation for making Arrietty. And I guess when Marnie was there, because of World Masterpiece Theater. All right. World of Aika-chan. World of Nature. Alright, yeah, more this generalization shit. It's not funny, it's not additive, it's not True? Sorry, it's not World of Nature. It's World of Narue. Gains the alien girlfriend common to so many anime since Urusei Yatsura, who is not merely a love interest, but also a defender of Earth. See Saikano, Maho Romantic, and, well, most of the anime on the shelves of your local anime store. This is in 2003 that they wrote this. It's, fucking hell. I don't mind them bringing him up, but give Takahata the other directors their due as well. Manpig would be ecstatic. What a thrilling endorsement for the medium. Really, honestly. World of Power and Women. From 1932. This is a new entry. I assume as much. Check. Chikata. Chikata. Chicken. I don't see it. New. Chikara. To onna no yo no naka. No yo no yo. No yo no yo. Yeah. Chikara to onna no yo no naka. 32. Anime's first talkie? That's interesting. World of Power and Women. Summarize entire thing. 10 minutes. Despite a 1932 production date, the movie did not receive its premiere until April the following year. Reputably one of the first Japanese cartoons to use cell animation. Jeez. I think that was a good one. World War Blue from 2012. It's like if someone said every video game where you jump on platforms is just a clone of Mario Brothers, so don't bother. Yeah. Ugh. Battery's running low. I'm gonna be have a bit if I'm out. Good luck with the rest. Thank you, Annaliso. That's how some people talk about JRPGs, though. This title is one of the most baffling in the anime world. What stumps us is that the notoriously litigious, picky, and obtrusive Japanese licensing business, particularly as represented by two major corporations, has somehow been content and let this continue. When certain Japanese companies even try to throw their weight around regarding the content in an anime encyclopedia, the authors are agog with admiration that someone managed not only to get such a satire off the ground in manga form, but into an anime version. I guess it's mixed. I guess it's interesting. They give their opinion, but it's not about the show itself. You know? One of the most baffling in the anime world. They give their opinion on anime licensing companies, not the anime itself. I know most people dislike this anime. I haven't seen it myself, though. So this anime, Gear is a young man in... Let me get the visual for it. What? Okay. Not what I was expecting. I thought it was more of a... Okay, so... Gear is a young man from the Segua Kingdom who has lost both his father and his best friend to an ongoing war with the nearby Ninteldo Kingdom, a Ninteldo Empire. He joins up in the ongoing fight for the territory of Consum, putting his special attribute of incredible speed to use in the conflict. Based on the manga by Anastasia Shizukawa Kova and Crimson, this title is one of the most baffling in the anime world, not for its central conflict, which openly allegorizes the console wars between a thinly disguised Sega and Nintendo, nor for its characters, which comprise reversionings of many popular gaming characters, beginning with the blue-haired Gear, who is a remake of Sonic the Hedgehog. This guy is a remake of Sonic the Hedgehog. No, what stumps us is that the notoriously litigious, picky, and obstructive Japanese licensing business, particularly as represented by two major corporations, has somehow been content and let this continue. Oh, okay. Alright. Wounded man. 3 left. For some reason, World of Akira Tour. Oh, okay. Akira Toriyama The World. I thought it was a new edition, and it is not. Okay, so... changed. Move changed. Akira, okay, sorry. World of Akira Toriyama to Akira Toriyama The World. Okay, yeah. No change. So yeah, Wounded Man. This is a weird premise because the Nintendo versus Sega rivalry only existed in America. In Japan, it was Nintendo versus NEC. Wounded Man from 1986. Okay. Wow! Mr. Masaru! It's Sexy Commando Gaiden Sugoyo Masaru-san. I no opinion there. Last is Wow Wow. Last is Wow Wow. Okay. This was Satoshi Tasaki's directorial debut, not the best way to start a career. Good carrier. Oh, and then Seki 60 Commando was an Akutaro Daichi work. Wow. Oh, okay. Wounded Man was Satoshi Tasaki. Okay. Yeah, Satoshi did 2 through 5. Imagine Giga making a Wounded Man video instead of a Garzy's Wing video. Problem is Wounded Man is so awful, it's hard to make jokes beyond, wow, that's effed up. Oh, okay. Yeah, they don't really give their opinion or anything. Alright. We're at 4 hours already. Shit. I say shit because we still have translation and tropes and transformations. Found it. You did it. Take care. Good seeing you, Hayden. Unfortunately, I have a little left to do. Little left to go. I thought you were leaving. Yeah, yeah. Not quite. Tropes mentioned. Cringe. Have a whole damn thing about it. I'm gonna get a bar. Bars? Yeah, I keep doing this. Okay. Yes, I will eat this at the end of translation, and I will eat this at the end of translation. Translation is the rendering of any text into another language, replicating the original author's intent and tone. A difficult enough task in simple conversation. It's even more difficult when languages are as different in structure as Japanese and English. Since an anime is not the work of a single creative, translating Japanese animation requires a series of decisions concerning the intent, not only of the original author, but also of some of the actors. Translation in the anime world is often a labor of love. It is no coincidence that many translators are surprisingly young, idealistic, and ready to take intern-level salaries for complex work that in other sectors would usually require at least 1, if not 2, university degrees and a decade of linguistic experience. The basic form of translating anime is the subtitle, a text-based translation superimposed on the film. When movies are screened at film festivals, distributors sometimes supply a print with white subtitles. When viewed at a high resolution on a cinema screen, such subtitles are clear and easily read. However, the same subtitles can often fade into the image when viewed on a television screen. This is a handy means of discouraging piracy, although some distributors have not realized the qualitative loss inherent in using such white-on-white subtitles for home video releases, where they tend to bleed and disappear into white backgrounds. I like already that this is not a historical thing, like, since the dawn of time, anime is, you know? That's nice. I like that we're just jumping right into it. This is nice. Hard subtitles are part of the finished image. Soft subtitles are digital in origin and can be turned on and off depending on the language needs of the viewer. Preferred subtitles in anime are usually yellow or white outlined in black. a type style called drop shadow. Although some companies use multiple colors to denote different speakers or even on-screen titles to translate signs or background details not part of the main dialogue. True translation requires a rare set of skills, a mastery of the source language, in this case Japanese, and the ability to write fluently and professionally in the target language, English. In order to facilitate sales abroad, some Japanese companies provide a spotting list, a very basic translation, often prepared by someone in the Japanese office who is not an English native speaker. Some Western distributors, particularly before the 1990s, likened to believe that spotting lists were close enough to the original dialogue to completely remove the need for a translator. Boop boop. However, many spotting lists, summarizing rather than translating dialogue, missing jokes, puns, and exact meanings, often neglecting songs or on-screen credits altogether, are next to useless in preparing a professionally quality translation. Translators usually require a copy of the source program with a burned-in time code, an on-screen counter that allows each line's location to be identified to the precise fraction of a second. It is also usual to request a copy of the Japanese script. Anime scripts were often handwritten until the mid-1990s, but today are largely word processed and divided neatly into descriptions of on-screen action at the top of the page and dialogue on the lower half of the page. In this regard, they bear a closer resemblance to scripts used in the English language commercials rather than the playbook format used for English language screenplays and theater scripts. Subtitle scripts must be fitted within the limited space on screen, forcing subtitlers to limit their language, often condensing or summarizing meaning. As with all translation, that condensing and summarizing is probably what they've had to do with this book. A lot of like truncating and not explaining certain things. That's probably the source of a lot of the wacky and confusing and bizarre statements that they've made in this book, if I was to guess. Wounded Man's weird because Satoshi is clearly trying to copy his brother's style, but does it really poorly. At least in his later work, he developed his own style. Not a single creative, considering how they talk about Miyazaki could have fooled me. I've had white subs bleed into the background the first time I watched What's Michael. Do you guys prefer yellow subtitles or white? Yellow, depends on the show. If I had to pick white. I'm usually for that, but I don't mind either one. I generally prefer yellow too. As with all translation, one must walk a delicate line between the communicative, what people say, and the referential, what they mean. This is particularly difficult translating Japanese into English since word order, honorifics, and cultural differences often ruin punchlines or moments of drama and need to be carefully considered. A perennial problem is translating simple forms of address, since Japanese are often apt to call one another by titles rather than names, creating a dissonant sense in a viewer who hears the word senpai but reads the translation Motoko. Yeah. But you see, I don't mind that too much. It doesn't have as much dissonance for me because I can hear them saying that. So like if a sister is calling her brother Oni-chan, but the subs decide to just use his name, that's fine. I don't think that's a big deal. I will make the case. I will give my take that Big Brother is distracting. That's all. I would say that there are some translations where you don't want to just be kind of immersion breaking and taking you out of the experience. But it's not a splitting hairs type of thing. There might be some things, but that goes for fan translations too, where they translate Yosh as Yosh. That always trips me up. That always just like gives me a chuckle. But like, that's all experience as part of watching the anime. I don't necessarily think like, I'm taking out the experience. I don't really get that. Unless the subs are not timed well, or they're very clearly like machine translated and just really bad English, or are missing if there's if subs don't show up for something. Some of that can be annoying and distracting, but yeah. White or none. I've psychologically associated yellow with lower quality hard subs. I prefer drop shadow white. Color-coded subs for each character kind of goes hard. Only a handful of shows have that, though. I'm glad Symphogear subs have rainbow subs. Yellow's easier for me. I also get the opposite where I hear someone's name, but no name appears in subtitle. There's a wiggle room for trivial stuff, but slang translation on top of wordplay is hard. But yeah, I don't envy them. Envy the position. The fees offered for translation vary widely. The lowest payment we have seen for anime script was barely 0.03% of the highest, reflecting the variation in both skills and expectations in the industry. The ideal translators are fluent speakers of both source and target languages, with an appropriate level of skill in the target language to have sold books or scripts of their own, but the prices for such individuals often prove prohibitive. Company accountants argue that it makes far better economic sense to hire a translator or do a basic translation into English and a rewriter who will then polish the script. This can lead to generational loss, also known as semantic drift, where the meanings of certain phrases will mutate from the original author's intent, since the rewriter rarely understands enough of the original to check. It also leads to a form of job title inflation. Merely having a translation is no longer enough. Instead, we must now talk of English language adaptations or transcreations. Subtitled releases appear to roughly 10% of the anime buying market. Subtitled releases appear to roughly appeal. Subtitled releases appeal to roughly 10% of the anime buying market. Outside the fan community, in some mainstream sectors, and particularly on television, it is more normal to see dubbed anime. That is, anime whose Japanese language track has been replaced by an English language track. Well, that's certainly changed. It's probably a lot more like 60 or 70% at this point. Certainly not 90 or like completely dwindled, because otherwise they wouldn't be making dubs. They certainly do still make dubs, but subtitled releases appeal to roughly 10% of the anime buying market. This was in 2014? Onichan's an important cultural concept, impossible to translate or even transliterate without causing its essence to evaporate. Too low is Onichan. When I watched Yowamushi Pedal on Crunchyroll, all the subs were good until the last episode of the second season. Right at the finish line, they forgot a 2-letter word. Dang. Tell that to the Cardcaptor DVD buyers. To be fair, this was written in 2001. This was not written in 2001. The translation article is not in the first edition. This is at least 2006. But like, they very much talk about Crunchyroll in this book. I mean, actually, I don't know how often they talk about it. I'll mention Control F, Crunchyroll. Never mind. They have literally mentioned Crunchyroll one time, a single time in the entire book. So, It's just changed. It's just aged poorly. Yeah, it's ridiculous that it's from the 3rd edition now. I get though, all they were really trying to do is trying to find a good transition to talk about dubs. As a rule of thumb, a dubbed release costs 10 times as much to produce, but can sell 10 times as many copies and is more easily sold to television. The expenses incurred through the need to hire voice actors and a recording studio. Early dub releases made for the children's market and often subject to drastic censorship and localization often had dub scripts with names, plots, and even locations differing entirely from the original. The location of Battle of the Planets was moved into space, that of Mos Beata back to Earth. Since the 1990s, when the Japanese origin of anime became a selling point in itself, even dubbed translations have aspired to a more faithful reproduction of the original. There are, however, still some exceptions, such as the brief vogue for 15ing, in which anime was refitted for an older audience by the addition of superfluous bad language and the occasional improvisational throwback, such as ghost stories. Some English-language rewriters even go so far as to credit themselves as the authors of a script, regardless of the person who actually wrote it, or the often uncredited figure who translated the script into English. And that is very funny, but it reminds me of them crediting the writers of the anime and not the manga creator, not the writer of the manga or light novel. Makes you wonder, makes you think. The voice track in an anime is usually separate from the music and effects track, or M&Es. This allows for a far easier process, although there have been cases in the anime world where the M&E track has been lost or damaged, such as the original Gunbuster, which has never been dubbed into English owing to the prohibitive costs of reconstructing the audio from the ground up. That has also aged poorly. I wonder what happened there. Did we find the M&Es? I don't remember us reconstructing anything. Huh? I haven't been flipping back and forth or nothing, but I think we had the M&Es for it. How interesting. How strange. Okay, heading out. Good to see you. 06 was like the last moment you could say that statement without sounding ridiculous. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Adult Swim and Netflix are two big reasons why dubs are still being made. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Recording is usually done using an automated dialogue replacement process, ADR, known as post-syncing in Britain. I don't know what happened. I don't know where he got that from. Or maybe there's something, I have no idea. In which single lines or scenes can be dropped in and manipulated digitally one at a time. Digital editing processes allow for lines to be moved fractionally ahead or behind, speeded up or slowed down in order to achieve synchronized lip movements, although the limited nature of Japanese animation sometimes means that lips do not necessarily sync completely, even in the Japanese original. The movement of characters' mouths is sometimes known as lip flaps in America, and the process of syncing known as fitting the flaps, a term which did not survive in Britain, where it sounds laughably obscene. Dialogue recording for actors is commonly done one voice at a time. Dialogue recording for actors is commonly done one voice at a time in order to allow for audio manipulation, and to avoid paying a performer by the hour to largely sit and watch the other actors work. Some anime dubs are recorded with ensemble casts, although the immediacy and interactivity of such performances is often outweighed by the extra studio time spent doing retakes. Actors are sometimes brought into the studio in 2s and 3s to record all the sequences in which they share screen time. There is thus no single method employed in recording dialogue, but often a mix of all three, even over the course of dubbing a single title. making of documentaries often imply a prevalence of ensemble casts purely because they usually shot for technical reasons and on the crowd scene day when most of the cast will be available for interviews. The subtitle script is subject to further rewrites for performance, both for ease of delivery and fitting the flaps. You use it anyway. Why were you making fun of the term earlier if that's what you're going to use? Whatever. The worst case of semantic drift can often occur on the spot as actors misread, mispronounce, or misinterpret lines. For this reason, the best choice for ADR directors is usually whoever wrote the ADR script. There are several in the modern anime industry who started as voice actors or translators and progressed through ADR rewriting to directing. Translators are also obliged to make a judgment call on ad-libs in the original script, where the Japanese screenwriter calls for the cast to improvise, whether to faithfully reproduce whatever the Japanese actors said on the day of their recording, which may have been matched by the animators in the on-screen business, or to interpret the author's intent as being one of letting the English language actors similarly improvise, is one of the no-win situations of anime translation. Incidences of semantic drift are more common in dubbing, and the subject of increased indignation among fans at the liberties they believe to have been taken with the original script. Matters are often confused further by the use of English words adorning box art or press materials in Japan, frequently misspelled, which then establish themselves within fandom as the approved terms. Translators on dubs are often obliged to make another judgment call. Particularly with humor, as to whether they should reproduce the exact meaning of a line, or instead substitute it with a different line that they will induce the same effect in the viewer, be it a belly laugh, shocked surprise, or a groan. It appears traditional in anime fandom for the translator to take the blame for anything a fan doesn't like, particularly if the fan has learned a little Japanese and can use the occasion to boast of his own supposed skill. Ah, what a fucking flex. Because John himself is a translator. He's the one that's like all fluent and everything. And it is sort of just like case by case. You don't want to just be. I really hope he is not implying that you can hold a fan. You can kind of hold the translator over the fan if the fan has a genuine complaint that's rooted in a Japanese context and it seems right, and you're just gonna give the excuse like, you don't know Japanese, you only know a little bit, and like, okay, does that not make them correct? Like, does that disqualify them from complaining or criticizing or talking about it or discussing it because they're not fluent in Japanese, so they shouldn't say anything? I mean, I think it's great for translators to be the ones to explain or talk about those, discuss that sort of thing. And yeah, sometimes, a lot of the time, those people who think they know a lot are wrong or whatever. But like, then talk about it. You know, I don't know. This is just a weird flex for him to do. Oh shoot, I missed Sylvester. Glad I liked it though. That series always touches the soul. It doesn't work for. It's another work from Okamura Tensei. So, yeah. The best example of this is the controversy over Kosuke Fujishima's A Megami-sama, which was initially and excellently translated as "Oh My Goddess," only to incur the wrath of fans who knew enough Japanese to read the letters "ah," but not enough to know that it could be a contraction of "annani." A later incarnation of the series was subsequently released as "Ah My Goddess," A-H My Goddess, an inferior translation. An inferior translation that nevertheless matched the English title already seen on Japanese materials, and hence greeted as somehow more correct. Translation is a subjective game. I would assume that that John and plenty of other translators would say there are better ones and worse ones. And, like, he's framing this as objectively correct. He's like, the initially and excellently translated as "Oh my goddess," and it was subsequent, and then the later release was "Ah my goddess," an inferior translation that nevertheless matched the English title already seen on Japanese materials, and hence greeted as somehow more correct. Similarly, Streamline Pictures felt obliged to release the Lupin III movie, Secret of Mameux, M-A-M-E-U-X, under the title of Secret of Mamo, M-A-M-O, since the latter title, M-A-M-O, was already popular in fandom, and the producers had given up fighting. I'm not gonna say. There was a certain title that were announcing later this year that I was helping with the box copy, with the back of the box, and they changed one word. And the thing is, it's like, yeah, that word sounds cool, but it's not the right word, because the tagline is a quote from the show. And if it's the quote from the show, that's how it was translated, that's how we are releasing it, that's how the dub translated it, you know? If it's not that word, fans will be upset. And it's like, it was regardless of whether it was the accurate translation or not. It was just, it sounded cooler to the individual that made that choice and put that word on instead. But we were like, no, it needs to be this other word, because that's what we have, not just what we have in our release, but that's what fans are familiar with and are expecting. If they're going to see that, they're going to be like, what the fuck? That's not the right thing. You know? So, seems possibly nitpicky. I remember you liking my "Oh My Goddess" OP when you played my Sporical Anime OP quiz. Yeah. Because, you know, there's one thing to be like, "Oh My Goddess" is clever and catchy, but then it is a matter of, do you want to be faithful to the Japanese, where they're like, "Ah, Megami-sama." Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to be like, "Ah, Megami-sama." You know? "Ah, my goddess." Yeah, I don't know. It really is just evolving into them complaining about fans over semantics, which is ironically the thing they were originally saying the fans do to translators. Right. Out of curiosity, which OP was that? The Fripp side or the Yokuishita one? Yokuishita. Some humor can be unintentional, leaving translators with a further problem. Whether to faithfully translate an author's text, if doing so would make it seem laughable to foreign audiences. It's a joke. Some humor can be Humor can be unintentional, leaving translators to a further problem whether to faithfully translate an author's text, if doing so would make it seem laughable to foreign audiences. But it's a joke? Humor? Some humor? Whatever, maybe they're just, some things can be unintentionally humorous. So do you translate it that way? Even the great Osamu Tezuka was unable to resist making a few English puns with his characters' names, which often makes them difficult to translate. While spelling and names in Gundam and Captain Harlock have been a source of constant argument between self-appointed interpreters of the original creator's will. Self-appointed. I know best! Like, obviously those people can't be taken seriously if they claim to represent the creator's will or something like that. But who really does that? You know? Fans, however, are not the worst enemy of translators, and can often lead diligent and impressive support. Yeah, agreed. Fandom has potentially limitless time to debate and correct its understanding of any anime it chooses, whereas translators are unable to predict what project will be the next to land in their laps. Time itself can be the most crushing limitation on a translator's performance. Yep. In one case, the translator was driven to an airport freight terminal at 2 in the morning to meet the tape directly from the plane, with 8 hours to translate the script for a producer who wanted a master ready for 1 o'clock in the afternoon, ready to for review copies to be made, and biked over to magazines by 2. He made the deadline, although Samurai Gold hasn't won any awards. Is that a personal story? I think that would be really interesting if that was a personal story. That seems very specific. But, okay. This reminds me of when End of Eva Netflix dub it had I'm the lowest of the low, and folks didn't like it compared to the ADV line, and we all know. I don't mind if a translation is liberal as long as it fits. FMA is an exact translation of the Japanese name, but it works so well in English. Yeah, I mean, technically he's not Full Metal, he's Steel. It's funny how those fans bitched about the ADV dub being unfaithful, but also hated the one-to-one Netflix translation. Yep, can never be said. So for me, when I'm choosing stuff like that, I'm only really gonna be choosing between a translation but I'm only picking between stuff that is officially available. If the translation on Crunchyroll is this certain line, I can disagree with it, but it's not like I can do anything about it. That's how most people are going to experience it. However, when you have 2 different translations, both official, one from the manga and one from the anime, then you can be like, I prefer the translation here. The example I'm thinking of, is it right here? Is it this volume? Volume 9? Yeah. Okay! So bad. Not the translation of the day. Of course I will. Is superior. And like, that's not me just making that up or anything. But you know, there's certain fan subs or certain lines that fan subs have used that I have a connection to, even though it's not an accurate translation. The one that I can think of is Rikishi's point, and he goes, the translation that I grew up on, that I first watched, was not 1 round but 1 minute. That's all I need to kill you. I love that so much. It's so good. But then he kind of doesn't really say that. He says, Ipurando janaku ippunda. Sono dare no mono donete no wa. I cannot make out what he says in Japanese. He's like, Sore wa dare mono donete no wa. I don't know, but it's definitely not like Sono aito de koroshita. It's not really that. This makes me wonder, do people genuinely call the JoJo characters in attacks by the localized names or the actual names? You sounded like Donkey Kong just now. Oh, okay. Depends on if they've seen this up or not. Also, minor nitpick, but the original AFA dub was done by Manga UK. That's right. That's right. Another controversy in the anime world concerns dub titling, in which a distributor uses a dubbing script as the source for subtitling, often repeating alterations for lip sync and the actor's ad-libs rather than a scriptwriter's original prose. This often creates subtitles that do not appear to translate the on-screen Japanese dialogue at all, and is greatly frowned upon in fandom. However, fandom's censure sometimes extends too far, deriding perfectly reasonable translation decisions as dub titling, simply because they do not match the critic's preferred translation to the precise letter. That's really stupid and unreasonable to say. Not the fans saying that, but like to accuse fans of doing that, of like calling them dub titles, because it makes it sound like they're the like they literally just don't know what dub titles are. That's just them being stupid, and like they're calling it dub titles of just like the thing they don't like. But you're just kind of like giving a platform to these completely unreasonable, stupid people. But fans are cool. Fans are good. They're important, right? But like fans like this exist. Like what use does that have? You explained what dub titles are, and then like, but there's some fans who are stupid and don't even think that that's what it means. Also, I can't believe the JoJo dub didn't rename Yo-Yo Ma to Yo Mama. Yo-Yo Ma, dear. Semantic drifts can sometimes range further than the original target language, in cases where a second-generation translation is prepared from the English text. Although most European distributors claim to translate direct from Japanese, there are cases of companies using some or all of an English language translation in the preparation of the version of their own language. In the eyes of the anime companies, there's usually a victimless crime. Although it can be galling for English language translators to see others taking the credit for their work and hard-won skills. This practice was common in the early 1990s, but now seems to have faded away, largely because many European anime translators are now better paid and better trained than their English language counterparts. He sounds so salty in this article, dude. He's so salty. Anyway, that's the end of it. That's all it was. It's just like a venting, like a rant. Some informational bits, but it was mostly complaining and rants. Tied for the second longest stream, and like, I don't even feel that. Thankfully, because I started at 4, smartly. All right. Anime's most common stylistic device is the appearance of the characters themselves. Many, but not all, creators take their lead from Osamu Tezuka, himself working in imitation of the Fleischer's Betty Boop and Disney's Mickey Mouse. In using visual pedomorphism, many anime characters have skulls more like those of babies than adults, with large, widely spaced eyes and a drastically reduced lower jawline, often creating a pointed chin and small mouth. much imitated by foreign artists who claim to draw in a manga style. This tradition is more related to the concerns of anime, with large eyes to help convey expression and emotion. Already not what I was expecting this to go. And it makes sense that they have not actually really talked about this, but it just feels so... I don't know. Anime is such a wide, vast medium that, like, yeah, most people know it for these, like, big eyes and etc., but, like, we know it's not all that. You know? I mean, these guys right here. Pretty well proportioned. They're illustrative. They might have slightly bigger eyes than, you know, there's not like a human or something. But it's like, to the extent that anyone would draw eyes like a Harry Potter illustration, like fucking the covers of Harry Potter, you know? Like, can I please get this normal fucking... Like, there's something very stylistic about the character designs on the books of the Harry Potter books. Can I please get the actual fucking cover, please? Yeah. You know? I think Harry's is fairly, normal, all things considered. But then you look at everyone else. There's just such a stylistic proportion to it, you know? Such a goated cover, by the way. This is just such a cool cover, I gotta tell you. This was also really good. A lot of the UK covers and everything. This is not a good cover, though. Like, the US definitely got the better cover. The UK Deathly Hallows cover. Like, nah. But, like, I don't know. Funimation's website actually had dub titles under their closed captioning for some series. Oh. Because that is basically closed captions. For some reason, this article is reminding me of, like, manga eiga. They all look constipated. Yeah. According to Isao Takahata, Japanese animators get away with limited mouth movements because speaking Japanese only requires 3 mouth positions in reality, whereas English requires 8. Perfected with Tezuka's Astro Boy, this drawing style is now commonplace in anime and in manga based on anime designs, and consequently in manga based on anime designs? What came first, the chicken or the egg? There was plenty of illustrative things in manga before anime got their hands on it. What the hell are they talking about? And consequently, in much graphic art from Japan. It is merely one of many art styles used in Japanese comics, but the one most likely to appear in the kinds of works that are usually adapted for animation. Unreal proportions do not merely apply to the face of anime characters. In anime for the young, the baby motif is often continued for the whole body, with an outsized head and occasionally feet and short legs. In anime for older viewers, torso and leg dimensions are elongated to create tall elfin body shapes, although as in the Western comics, the boys are sometimes given carved muscular physiques, and many girls get large breasts. This feels so, like, generalist and out of touch. Like, why are we talking about this? I honestly think, like, if this was, like, a video essay, and like they're talking about this, they'd be laughed out of the fucking room. They're like, all right, yeah. It's just so weird, you know? It just feels so weirdly detached. Talk about an actual show or something. Regardless of the proportions of characters in a show, they may sometimes devolve into squashed down, super deformed cartoon versions of themselves in moments of intense agitation, or sometimes in entire SD spin-offs in which the cast remains permanently in a cartoon parody state. I wish you actually went into that a little bit more, because I still want to do the Good Faces video. Kind of this idea I had from my Slam Dunk. When I was doing Slam Dunk, I was realizing with the anime that they would often resort to Inoue's chibi designs, and it would be kind of a way to be a little more cost-effective with animation. It wouldn't be like a cost-cutting, like a budget thing. If anything, I actually said it was more of the sign of a healthy production. It's just it's kind of a smart cost-saving technique, but at the same time, if an anime has a lot of funny faces, like Sailor Moon, it feels like that episode is getting a lot of love and treatment and care from the animation staff and from the TV, you know, and from the staff, basically, to where it does feel like it's a healthy, effective episode. You know, they're actually kind of having fun with it, and they're not just, because you think about it, a lot of the mediocre, unimpressive productions of anime, not a lot of them are doing these like SD transformations or crazy funny faces. They usually just have the static, like bland character design, like the static character design face, and they kind of make a right, but they're never gonna be like, they're not gonna make like actual cool faces or anything, you know? Yeah, for real. Yeah, that was fun when they used the SD character designs in Slam Dunk. Right. And it's also interesting because it isn't just, oh, they're SD. There's different, like any art style, like it's just any in general, there are different styles of super deformed and different ways certain artists handle that idea. So like, I don't think there are some artists that I don't think do a very good job because they don't have a consistent vision for it, and there's nothing distinctive about them. They're just kind of a wacky, weird face, maybe not congruent or whatever. It doesn't feel like it's effective. But there's others that have a very deliberate design and aesthetic. Like with Slam Dunk, it's a very chubby face. It's a very rounded and like almost no mouth. But there's certain characters that are drawn very deliberately and specifically. And then the one I'm always thinking of is Aria, or the author of Aria. I forget their name. They did also a Manchu. They have this incredible device where the characters get a silly face, but they only get one. They get one silly face, and they always make that face. So in a way, it characterizes them. They are, so like the main character in Aria, the pink hair girl. I for some reason I never can, because with Aria they're all named like Aika, Akira, Aika, like whatever. The main pink hair girl, she has like this really ditzy, you know, like closing her eyes and having the mouth kind of square and open and just but then the short green haired girl, she's usually kind of like prissy or whatever, and she has this like triangle mouth, like, and she has like kind of Muppet eyes. It's really funny. And then I forget what the face. Oh, I think the Muppet face of, I think the red hair, the red themed or black haired girl, she has more of a like a sinister like or kind of like a, I don't know. They all have different faces. But then a Manchu, the reason I like the Manchu more is because I just like their faces better, the main girl, I think her name's Aoba. She has this really nervous, like squirrely-eyed, like scribble eyes, and a really narrow mouth, and she's just really, like really nervous and kind of, like fucking, man. And obviously her friend, her bubbly best friend, green hair girl, is dead ass a Muppet. She has big circle eyes and just like big oopie pew, and she has like a whole sound to her and everything. It's so funny. That shit's great. You know what I mean? Akari? Right. Yeah, I think it's Akari. I miss SD transformations. No, for sure. You're doing a better job explaining this topic than they. Yeah, it's like big boobs. Like yeah, okay, whatever. You know, well, in my instance, I like using examples because it's helping to demonstrate what I'm talking about. I'm not making generalizations. I'm talking about one show, and then it makes you think of that. Okay, so that's what that show does. What does this show do? And you just think about it. I feel like they don't do them as much anymore because they're afraid some fan is going to say the show looks cheap. Ugh, the people behind Totally Spies and Martin Mystery understand how to use SD versions. Yeah. Alright. Anime hairstyles... God, I have to finish this up. Anime hairstyles have their own traditions. Period pieces, like the Tale of Genji, will sometimes use natural shades for all characters, but the combination of black Asian hair and limited animation can make it difficult to tell them apart. It shouldn't be that difficult, just from the hair, because there's different hairstyles, and then you still have character design in the face, and what they're wearing, and ages, and heights, and... But what they're talking about is same face. In my opinion. And there are some anime that, whoo! They got some same face. That is... Those are two of the same dude. The two main examples I always will point to is Horo Musko and Fafnir. Or Gundam Seed. Like that character designer. I think that character designer, from what I've seen of Infinite Revius and Skryed, they can create characters that are very visually different from each other. But like, you go with Gundam Seed's character designs. There's like one shot where it's like, that's two of the same dude. And obviously, that there's definitely some variation, and they do an okay job. But like, there's sometimes, man. But like Fafnir, I think Fafnir's the worst. I think I'll just pull up Fafnir. Yeah. Like, bruh. Are they the same dude? Are they related? Like, you can tell they're different from the hairstyle, which is nice, but like, holy fucking shit. It's the same dude. And then yeah, Horo Mushke. Whatever, I got it. I always, you look at it and it's like, okay, are they brother and sister? You know, I feel like it's so often where like they all look the same. There's some characters like this that look, oh, she looks fairly different from everyone else, like decidedly a little more like, I guess, Asian, but like, dude, like, yeah, you can tell them apart if you really care and look for it, but I don't know. Look at that, it's Lachlan's vid. I'm thinking of the Lupin the Third manga from Monkey Punch. I think the main leads in Gundam Seed all look pretty distinct, but some of the minor characters are harder. Hirai, he can do other character designs for if Seed is same face. If you want to see Hirai-san draw really unique, watch Beast Knights Go Kiva. Oh, that's great with furries. That's cool. That's really interesting. And I know, yeah, like Skryed, and I really like his designs on Revius. They look awesome. Vaftra's a bit hard because they keep killing off characters. Oof. One reason I couldn't get into Siege is because I thought the character design would bland. Explains why I couldn't get to Fafnir either. Did some different mangaka use the same face designs? I noticed that Moses for between Tomorrow's Joe, Mazinger Z, and this one-shot manga. Certainly. And then a lot of that for manga, I imagine, happened because they were assistants to those people. So, like, Ishinomori, for a good chunk of his stuff, would kind of look like Tezuka's designs, right? Because he worked on Tezuka's. He had to he had to draw like Tezuka. And so it was a while before he could refine it into his own style, etc. Skill issue? Yeah, no, and I'm definitely not saying they all look, you know, I to me they did, yeah. Cool, but personally it's one of my least favorite Gundams. You know, it's not that cool. In general, anime characters are differentiated by blatantly unreal coloring. It is not unusual in a cast of all Japanese characters to find black hair alongside foreign variants like red, blonde, and brown, and artificial shades like pink, blue, and green. Similarly, many characters have instantly recognizable hairstyles. Anime boys have quiffs and spikes in their hair that remain in constant position for ease of animation, but may occasionally droop into their line of sight. They sound so out of touch when they're talking about it like this to me. Whereas girls have complex accessorizing. Drawing plaits or braids is unnecessarily fiddly for artists on a short deadline, but bows or ponytails with distinctive scrunchies are much easier to draw and often present another excuse for brightly colored adornment. I feel like there's no excuse of like complicated hair when the boys can also have very complicated hair. You know, if Studio Gallop can do Yugi's hair, anybody can do any hair. But I get it for some instances and for some periods as well. Like early Digipaint with like Full Moon and Kaito-Jan. A lot of those characters have like really detailed hair, so I get it. Such hairstyles can make anime girls seem younger than their age, but helps make a hero's 5 love objects at least a little different. Anime clothing is similarly differentiated, with a cast lineup of girls likely to be dressed in miniskirts, trousers, shorts, and long dresses, usually in direct reflection of their characters. Some anime, such as Hummingbirds, even feature the rather desperate inclusion of a pair of pants, with one long leg and one short, an apparent attempt to do something offbeat. What a way to like think about that. Like, oh, you're trying to be a little offbeat, so like you have one pant leg long and one short. Like, whatever, man. I will say can Adachi tell his characters apart now? Yep. Yeah, Adachi's a very good example. Although it's not fair, one of his most popular titles, the main characters are twins. That's not fair. Inuyasha has a freaking meme for God's goodness sake. I feel like the whole age thing is also a fact that a lot of Japanese people are short. The only place where clothing is not set apart in this way is in female underwear. For reasons based on animation concerns and erotic subtexts. Animators at Studio Fantasia, longtime purveyors of softcore titillation like Asian Aika, reported that overly lacy or frilly underwear was simply too time-consuming to animate. Distinguishing underwear with straightforward colors often backfired. Why am I reading about this? I'm also back on the fucking notes pad. I always do this because I moved to desktop and whatever. Distinguishing underwear with straightforward colors often backfired, since a pair of red or blue panties can look too much like gym wear or a swimsuit, and hence lost much of its erotic edge. Instead, the default setting for anime underwear became plain white panties. This does not make any... You're making generalizations about the color of panty shots? Studio Fantasia taking this to an extreme, where they had their own identifiable style of panty worn by both protagonists and antagonists, which are not only easier to draw, but can also carry an erotic charge based on Japanese censorship, a blank space in the image as a substitute for what is hidden beneath it. They're making the genuine argument about why white panties are more erotic than any other color of panty. That's what I'm reading about. Sorry to subject you to that. Alright. The slapstick... I am literally not thinking, wow, how informative! Like, my mind is blown! How much more of this is there? Oh, way too much. Way too much. There's way more. I am so sorry. I should probably keep going. Desperate. Come on, get off your high horse. Implying anything about Hummingbird was desperate. That is the most confident cute girl show I know of besides maybe K-On! And by confident I mean that they were working both smarter and harder. The slapstick and externalized emotions common to cartoons around the world also play a major part in anime comedy. Lechery can be signaled by drool or nosebleeds, a sign of high blood pressure caused by sexual arousal, or an elongated philtrum that accentuates pursed lips. Anger by enlarged and throbbing veins, red face, or steam coming out of their ears. Panic or relief by an exaggerated sweat drop on the brow or hair. Romance by the sudden eruption in the frame of hearts and flowers. Who are they explaining this to, dude? Like, is this some fucking grandma being like, why is there a sweat drop that appears in the back of their head? Like, what are we doing here? Sight gags can work even when the visual grammar of the medium is a little unfamiliar. One does not have to know much about Japan to enjoy many of the visual gags in Project A-ko, whose very title is a spoof of a Jackie Chan movie, or to get the joke when Lupin III, eyes bugging out and body suddenly rigid as an arrow, spots yet another cute girl. Another visual trope in anime is the exaggerated freeze frame. Oh boy. The use of a single still image for a prolonged period represents an obvious saving in animation costs, taken to ludicrous extremes in later episodes of Evangelion. But also accentuates moments of high drama. A samurai holding still, waiting for his opponent's head to fall off, or a freeze frame of kung fu action inadvertently resembles the mie, a held pose used to similar effect in kabuki drama. It has since been much copied in live-action science fiction, most notably in the bullet time sequences of The Matrix, which ironically spends large amounts of money imitating an anime trope originally designed to save on a budget. Because you don't understand, the bullet time sequence is moving! The bullet time sequence is a camera rotating around an individual. And if an anime was to do that, it would no longer be a freeze frame, would it? What are you talking about? Have you watched the Neo dodging a bullet? The camera zooms and moves around the entire time. When Neo is fighting Smith and they collide in the air, The camera is moving. It's not a freeze frame. What are you talking about? Thankfully, they've not actually talked about Dasaki, or I don't know if they're talking about Postcard Memories. But yeah, but exactly. Well, it's like it is an animation shortcut, but like it's an insult to call it that. That could be fun, like, but I like using the article as a conversation starter to discuss their opinions about the shows, hence my excitement when the article mentioned Hummingbird. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not sure if they're referring to slow motion or if they're referring to postcard shots. Yeah, I don't know. But they're referring to the bullet time sequences. Those are definitely not freeze frame. Exaggerated freeze frame. And think about it. The fucking latest, one of the, episode 1071 of One Piece. Arguably one of the most watched episodes of anime in a long time. Just based on the hype and the surrounding and everyone, you know, getting one of the most standout sequences that everyone kept sharing was the shot of Luffy flinging the blast breath back at Kaido. And right before he gets hit by it, Kaido has a freeze frame of and it was used for effect, and it was not a fucking animation cost saving, because clearly they are not really. I'm not trying to say that the animation was expensive because it moved a bunch more. That's not necessarily correlated, but like clearly the animation budget was not a concern of theirs in that episode. So just having that freeze frame, it was an artistic choice. Which ironically spent a lot, yeah. Sometimes a heroic pose is accompanied by a gleam of highlighting on a character's sword or armor with a chiming sound effect. This can also be parodied by a self-confident male character. What the fuck? Why did they put self-confident male character? Like, because as if females can't have like the gleam in their eye. What? Producing the same effect from his white teeth or even his glasses. Unconfirmed popular myth asserts that this is the origin of the Jamaican slang term bling for jewelry or other conspicuous accessories. I've never, ever heard that. And you seem to be propagating this unconfirmed popular myth. So why bring it up? Huh? Sounds like Postcard Memories. Yeah, certainly. But Postcard Memories are more that, like, because the actual act with Postcard Memories is the whole turning it into like a art piece. And even in a lot of the case, freezing the animation into this art, like, moving, and then it's an art thing, you know? Do they think slow-mo shots in film are done to save money? All the postcards in Takarashima are awesome. Propagating what? They're propagating unconfirmed popular myth asserts that this is the origin of the Jamaican slang term bling for jewelry or other conspicuous accessories. They're talking about sometimes a heroic pose is accompanied by a gleam of highlighting on a character's sword or armor with a chiming sound effect. This can also be parodied by a self-confident male character producing the same effect from his white teeth or even his glasses. Unconfirmed popular myth asserts that this is the origin of the Jamaican slang term bling. They're just propagating a myth. I've never heard that before. Anime excels at adapting visual devices from manga and inserting them into action. This hyper-reality first came to the fore in Star of the Giants, when writers and animators collaborated on a series of ruses to extend and dramatize sequences of baseball games, soon adapted to many other sports anime. Sudden crash zooms into characters' eyes, often accompanied by a bling sound effect, and the narrowing of the screen, can denote steely resolve or intense rivalry between two characters. Watery, starry eyes and a sudden outbreak of heart's flowers or soft focus is used to show a girlish crush or adoration. Silence itself can be illustrated by a sound effect with an uncomfortable pause, perhaps in the wake of an unfunny joke, marked out by the calling of distant crows. Are they going to mention the freezing? Like a lot of people, the Japan has like it's like a cold joke when when a joke doesn't land. It's awkward and cringe. There's like the blizzard. There's like a lot of like oh samui, like it's cold. It's like a cold joke. That's a trope. Are they going to bring that up? No. With an uncomfortable pause, perhaps in the wake of an unfunny joke, marked out by the calling of distant crows. A clonking sound of hollow bamboo is a reference to the shishi odonshi, a pivoted bamboo tube used as part of a Japanese water landscape that fills up with water until it tips, hitting against a stone, and denotes the passage of time. Sometimes anime will even steal sound effects directly from manga and write them on screen. There is even a manga sound effect for total silence, the word sheen, which can sometimes be seen on screen as an additional visual gag. Or when a character is staring at someone and they go, "Gee," you know? Yeah. Yeah, that is a thing that exists. Anyway. That doesn't sound remotely plausible. Yeah. Postcard memories, when done well, can enhance a scene far more than an animated still shot. All depends how you use it. Yep. I watched Lupin special that just used them willy-nilly and it felt cheap. Yes. Exactly. If you want to see bad usage of postcard memories, look at their usage in Wounded Man. They're just used whenever and Satoshi doesn't know how to end a scene. I thought the bamboo thing was supposed to scare animals or something. No, it's sort of like it is a passage of time sort of thing. Like there's a long pause and like, yeah. But it is also for like natural settings for sure. It could do that. This reads such like a TV tropes page. It's not even funny. They're like it's weird that they have like a bone to pick with Mal and Annie DB stealing their entries when TV Tropes just steals their entire shtick, word for word, bar for bar. Until the advent of video, anime's audience was primarily juvenile. And anime fictions often deal with the politics of exclusion and inclusion, filial duties, and family obligations, such as Astro Boy's Pinocchio-inspired yearning to become a real child, and when that fails, his Superman-inspired quest to do good for the human race. Juvenile and teenage anime viewers are in a permanent liminal state. Damn it. Facing the pressures of puberty and adolescence, wishing both to grow up fast and never grow up at all. Anime deals with these concepts by injecting storylines of transformation, allowing its characters to experiment with becoming something different. The superhero duality of Clark Kent and Superman, later remodeled with the symbiotic existence of Ultraman, but also that of the magical girls like Marvelous Melmo, able to transform into an older, more sophisticated version of herself. Akka was able to do that beforehand, by the way. Just saying. The magical girls form a crucial and often overlooked sector of anime's output, ignored by critics and journalists who tend to favor the male genres of sci-fi and sports. Anime critics preferring sports? Could have fooled me. But they are just as likely to spin off into merchandise and other media, have just as dedicated a fan base, and just as intricate a pathway into postmodern maturity, with intriguing commentaries provided in modern remakes such as Penguin Drum and Madoka Magica. Great. Great. Although such shows may arguably seem more mature, because they have incorporated elements designed to appeal to male fans. Nice. Nice. Anime for girls had often drawn directly on the cross-dressing traditions of the Takarazuka musical theater, particularly Osamu Tezuka's Princess Knight and Ryoko Ikeda's Rose of Versailles, creating a subgenre running all the way to Utena. Is it really a subgenre, or did you just list all three of them? Like, guys, can we be serious for a second? What you just said, Princess Knight and Rose Versailles entering a subgenre. Okay, so Rose of Versailles. You got it. Cool. What's the next one of a girl disguising herself and presenting male as a hero? What's the next one? Chronologically. 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. I'm running up the lists, running up the years. Not that I can, catalog all of them in my head or anything, but like, can't really think of prominent examples. Became a subgenre? Basara has that. Uta. Thought the sorry for you having to read all this. I'm sorry to subject you to it. But its anime presence is limited to small OVA IRC. Yeah, exactly. It's one small OVA. I don't even know what that is. But like what the fuck else is there? Literally. The fuck. You have strong female protagonists, but they're not male presenting, and that's okay. Utena, I meant. Yeah, they're just making stuff up now. No, they're just reaching. They're just making this big deal. They're trying to, woo, generalization. Just to say something smart. That one OVA weathering content as a girl just sized as a guy. Oh yeah! Fucking, so does Arian. But that's supposed to be a twist. Oron? Yeah, non-binary, my non-binary pal, Haruhi Fujioka, happens after Utena. Creating a subgenre running all the way to Utena, in which heroines become their own knights in shining armor. I mean, just strong female protagonists? I think Lum is a strong female protagonist. I think Nausicaa is a strong female protagonist. I think Minmay is a strong female protagonist. I think... Admittedly, that's kind of it. In the 80s. Oh! Kei and Yuri. Great female protagonists. Very strong. None of those characters dress as dudes. Or inspired by Takarazuka musical theater. The main girl felt she needed to be a man to survive. Oh, with weathering content? Yeah. And the same with the Arian. And that was more of a twist than like than a deliberate like, oh wow, that's so cool. Because like literally the interesting pulling dynamic of Princess Knight, Rose of Versailles, and Utena, all three of those characters are very clearly female, but are presenting male. But there is something about them, whether it's their eyes, or their hair, or their stature, or something, the obvious, like, the visual is, oh, it's a girl dressing up as a guy. Or dressing, but it's clearly still a girl. The main girl, yeah. The notion of girls assuming men's clothing is given the weight of history in Yotoden and Otogi Zoshi, after Utena, 04, where the heroines assume the roles of dead or sick brothers. Despite the inclusion of Mos Peada, of a hunky hero who likes women and also dresses up as one, men's cross-dressing efforts often get less respectful presentation, such as a gentle comic sideswipe at school cross-dressing in Here's Greenwood. In the same year, Okama Report and 3x3 Eyes presented more sympathetic cross-dressers, but in 1992, Go Nagai lowered the tone of the whole girls' school genre with Delinquent in Drag. The right and wrong way for a samurai to cross-dress is graphically illustrated in Peacemaker Kurogane. Note that transvestism is distinct from transsexuality, a topic most famously treated in Ranma Half, whose hero regularly transformed into a heroine and back again, forcing him to deal with both sides of the battle of the sexes. One of the most important innovators in the anime of transformation is Go Nagai, who gave male viewers the sight of a superheroine whose clothes regularly disintegrated in Cutie Honey, and another whose costume left her almost completely naked in Kekko Kamen. These, however, were mere diversions compared to his true achievements in the boys' market, notably the pilotable robot Mazinger Z, which could combine with other robots to form a super robot. Technically, yeah. If by that you mean, like, I'm pretty sure the only real combination there is the pilot goes into, like, you know, he has his own vehicle that docks into the Mazinger's head, and that's Mazinger. But does Mazinger Mazinger isn't Getter Robo? Mazinger could combine with other robots to form a super robot? That by itself I don't think is correct. The Yotada, huh? Pretty deep cut. Oh yeah, I forgot about Togasoshi, but it's really minimal part. Yeah, it's not the main character. You know, I assume when they're talking about that, they're talking about the protagonist. In the case of Princess Knight, Rose of Versailles, and Utena, it is all the protagonist. Reaching. This simple device not only generated a powerful pester factor among children who would demand all the toys in order to reenact their favorite moments from the show, it also allowed for a prolonged transformation sequence and hence the weekly reuse of pre-existing anime footage. For a prolonged transformation sequence and hence the weekly reuse of pre-existing anime footage. Yeah, that is the case with at least Mazinger in terms of the launch sequence of, like, him coming out of the waterfall and him gotta get in the robot and, like, you know, docks into the head, but yeah, it's not quite what they're describing. Such transformations have been a common feature of anime ever since, reaching their apotheosis with Macross and the Transformers? Such transformations have been a common feature, reaching their apotheosis in I was literally thinking that, like, Macross... Like, yeah, the mechs transform into planes and back, but they don't... Do they have a dedicated bank transformation sequence? Like, I can't believe you would say that the apotheosis is Macross and Transformers when Gao Gaigar exists. You know? Created during a general reduction in the size of the toys during the 1980s. Smaller toys were easier to store and transport, not just for children but for toy companies, and the reduction in size was compensated for by increased variation and functionality, more intricate moving parts that allowed each model to be 2 toys in one. Anime is currently engaged in one of its biggest transformations. Its format and scheduling shifting from a commercial experience delivered at set times in theaters and on TV to infinitely mutable packets of data accessed on a handheld device. It is so weird how they keep mentioning this, and it's not a fucking thing. Oh, anime on cell phones! Like, no one gives a actual shit about anime made for a cell phone. It's on YouTube, or like there are net animations, but it's not like a little chinky little like chitsy whatever like mutable packets of data accessed on a handheld device. They're going from movies to TV to little it's on your phone. Like, it feels like a boomer take of like, do you realize that we're like a lot of us are watching full TV shows and movies on our phone, on a fucking telephone? Like, it's so annoying, and they keep bringing this up. This reflects a change in society, camouflaging the big idea in a colorful wrapper. New tropes and transformations will doubtless emerge as a result. What a ugh. I love the way to end it. Oh, that's so bad. It's like as bad as I was expecting, and somehow a little worse. I didn't expect them to go beat by beat, explaining what sweat drops are, or like why most of the, which is it's such a whack. Like, I don't even know how you quantify that. They're making the claim that most panty shots are white panties because it was easier to draw, and it actually made them more erotic. You want me to tell you what I think the panty shot's from? Here's an angle of panty shots I don't know if you've heard or if you've ever considered. I think we can all agree that the panty shots in Kiki's delivery service are not erotic. They're not being shown with the intention of being erotic. Right? You have to think about the context in which you see a panty shot. The context oftentimes is they're simply in a position or doing some activity of which you're just going to see that. You're just going to see that. And a lot of the time it's just going to be either realism or to potentially characterize the character. So, I'm watching Sally the Witch, and never seen a panty shot in that show. Until Poron. There's a character in Sally the Witch that gets introduced like in the 80s. Episode 70, 80 or something like that. Really deep into the show. And she's a girl, like a small, like she's like Cub's age. Cub is Sally's like brother. Little, like smaller little brother or whatever. So he's like, she's like Cub's age. She's very like a baby almost. Like 3 or 4, like acts like a baby too. And she has a skirt. And you see her panties like all the time. Like that's just how she's drawn. Is that erotic? No. No. So why are they doing that? What I realized is it's supposed to be a sign of immaturity and not having control or cognizant of being decent. Like, it's an indecent thing that of the way the audience just happens to see her and the way other characters are seeing her. They never mention it. They never bring it up. And it's similar to Chibiusa, where you always really see you really most often see her panties when like she's in distress or has the kind of situation out of control or there's something going on. So it's not really always that erotic just because you see one, you know? And clearly, obviously there's plenty of instances where that's also the case, but you also then, if that's the case, you just kind of like look at the situation writ large. That's like, there's an erotic aspect to a lot of modern panty shots just because that's just been ingrained in the consciousness. But that aspect of immaturity or clumsiness or just being out of control of the situation, I think is still there, you know? So that's something to consider. Instead of like the color making it more erotic for whatever reason. I find that to be much more an interesting conversation to have, if you were to have any conversation at all about kind of an uncomfortable subject, right? It is such a sadness if you think you're watching a movie on your fucking telephone. Get real. Yeah. Hayao Miyazaki once complained that Whisper of the Heart didn't have a panty shot in a certain scene. He found it unrealistic that the main girl would pull her skirt down while alone. Yeah. See, that's the attention to detail. Because all animation, because by virtue of them going frame by frame, like drawing everything, obviously it's not always drawn on once, right? Like, I get it. Because everything is so intentional, and you can always block the characters in such a way that you don't see the panty, but they still are in an angle where you might have seen it, but the legs in a certain way, or something like that, or you just straight up don't see it. Fucking Little Witch Academia, they just void it. There's nothing like that in that show. And of course, that makes sense, because at this point, you know, this is Trigger. They just kind of made Kill la Kill. So there's an aspect where, like, they don't want fans to kind of think this as the wrong way or complain that there's fan service just for the existence of panty shots, when that's not even the case. So they make this creative decision to just, like, there's a void. Every time there's a potential shot where you might have seen a Darko skirt or whatever, there's just darkness. You don't see anything. And I'm not saying that as someone who is looking. I'm saying that as someone who watched the show, and that's something I observed. Because it just happened to be pretty prominent that oftentimes Akko is in such wacky situations because she is kind of out of control and immature, that they draw her in such a way that it's like, you probably would have seen that by now. You just think that naturally. I think that. And not that, like, I'm seeking that, but it's just like, huh. So it is always possible. It's always an intentional choice when you see panties. And so to me, my reaction is not, oh, fan service, oh, I don't want to be, oh, sketchy, oh, I feel. You can feel however you want about it, but it's all of your internalization, how you take it. When I see panty shots in Sailor Moon, which is common, it's not uncommon, it is common, it's not for titillation. I know it's not. I mean, maybe some shots it is, or whatever. There's like the Ikuhara episode, which is very prominent, like a slow pan down of Sailor Mars, and it's just right there. It's like, okay, what the hell? But like, you have to think about, like, maybe in that instance with Sailor Mars, she's in the middle of doing an attack, and she's like really into it to the point where she kind of doesn't care about decency. She's just thinking about beating this monster. And so she's not like correcting or condoning herself in a way. All she cares about is beating this monster, no matter what she's wearing, no matter what people are seeing of her, no matter what she's being depicted as. And maybe that's the intention or something. You know, you just have to think a little deeper than this, than just like fan service. You know? That's probably the case with some of these, especially like when it's an ecchi. Of course that's what it is, because that's the idea. That's all the sexual, that it's all centered on sexual jokes. All of the even like ecchi series that actually have like serious plots, like Toraburu or High School DxD or something. You know, they're always choosing shots that it's like, what will the viewer who is kind of expecting this fan service, what would they enjoy? How about a shot from under here? When you don't need to, and there's nobody, like, there's no other reason for it, you know? So you just kind of have to consider those things. I don't know, just thinking more. So this is nearing 6 hours now. Sasao Takahata once said, "That's dangerous thought, Miya-san." Yeah. Immaturity. You should do a video on this topic. You'll do a better job than they did. I'd rather not just make a video being like, "Here's why Patty sounds," or whatever. But maybe, fuck it. I'm comfortable in this setting because there's only so many people watching, and it's this far into the stream. Okay, I should probably. Woo, 5-second rule. I should probably get off of here. It is nearing 10 p.m. for me, and I have a drive tomorrow morning. You guys were great. You guys have a great weekend. I hope to see you Tuesday. Yo, peace. Oh man. I'll just...